Oh, hello everyone. And we have a little bit of time together. And I suppose there is, first of all, a question. Um, Nowadays, there are so many teaching recordings available. There are so many Dharma books available. Why would we want to gather together in this strange way? Well, maybe one reason is a yearning for connectivity. As we know, we have Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. Sangha is an assembly or an organization, a way of meeting together with people. And you could even say that the whole of the Dharma teaching is concerned with connectivity. After all, we read in the text that when the Buddha gained enlightenment in Bodh Gaya, he didn't want to teach at all because he thought no one would understand and he would only confuse people. But then many people came and offered flowers and so on. All the gods came showering him with requests, and eventually he thought, okay. And that sets up a pattern for teaching, that there has to be a request. Because for a communication to occur, there has to be a giving and a receiving. And of course, that goes in two directions. Even over Zoom, the quality of your interest and attention supports me in making available whatever it is that I can make available. We see that our life is pulsation. We think often in terms of entities and things and isolated people, but actually, as we know, our body is constantly in communication with the environment. In fact, it's not other than the environment. We are in the world, as part of the world. But our conceptualization tends to isolate us in a duality of self and other. So the Dharma teaching is to dissolve this duality and to help us awaken directly to connectivity. So in the tantric system, we have the transmission of the text through the lung. Then we have the initiations, the empowerments, which connect our body, speech, and mind to the body, speech, and mind of the deity, so that we can experience that the world we're in is really the mandala of all the Buddhas, pure from the very beginning. When we're not in touch with that, we wander in samsara. Samsara means a place of going round and round, following one thing after another. The very nature of samsara is that it is serial moments, one moment followed by another, one life followed by another, as we move up in the six realms and down in the six realms, according to the arising of the consequences of our actions. And these actions have occurred in specific contexts, context of what was arising inside us as our emotions, our impulses, our moods, and these mediate our perception so that we interpret what we see as desirable or undesirable. And due to that, we find ourselves moving into response to situations. And this is connection. I am going to be kind to you. I am going to be cruel to you. Love and hate are both kinds of glue. They bind us together. Of course, they don't last forever. So when we are under the power of duality and we're relating to our environment, we can see the intensity of our fixation on the moment and the intensity of our connection with other people and with situations. This connectivity is a vain attempt, an unworkable attempt, an unsuccessful attempt to join subject and object together. We link with people for a while. Maybe you Zoom or Skype your friends, you have a chat, and then it's over, and then the screen goes dead. Even if you were meeting people in a cafe, you would get to the cafe, you would meet them, then you would leave and you make your own journey home. Our connectivity inside samsara is always situational. It's not enduring. And our sense of self also is situational. Although we might believe that we are a continuous sense of self, when we start to practice and we pay attention to how we manifest, we see that there is nothing very stable about ourselves. We access a particular recipe, a particular portfolio of ingredients, and we bring ourselves together in patterns which have some familiarity, and we call that I, me, myself. But actually, we are not constructing ourselves out of nothing. We are constructing ourselves out of patterns which are already there, family patterns, karmic patterns, and so on. So connectivity is absolutely central. And when we don't have connectivity, when we have isolation, then we have a lot of problems. And as we'll see in the time that we have together, this basic fundamental sense of isolation is the root ignorance, which divides us off from how things are. In the practice, of course, in our Mahayana practice, we take the Bodhisattva vow. Everything we do is for the sake of others. May all beings be happy. Again and again, the texts say that no matter how deep your practice, whether it's Dzogchen or Mahamudra, the most important thing is to have the correct motivation, which is for the benefit of other people. Because it's only this that opens you up and stretches you out so that you can really start to have an inclusive response towards the world. When we start to meditate and we observe our mind, we find that we're full of judgments, liking, not liking, wanting to be close, not wanting to be close. We end up as this tired and bothered manager of our existence, trying to make things the way we want. And in large part, that's because we start from an assumption that because I have this particular profile, and this profile of my physical shape, my gender, my age, and so on, there are some factors in the world which are conducive to my happiness, which will feed my happiness, and there are other factors which are against my happiness. And therefore, I have to develop a selective attention and direct my participation into the world to try to get more of what I like and less of what I don't like. So this is the busyness of the ego self. These identifications of liking and not liking are fundamentally self-referential, because we know that we like things other people don't like, and we see that other people like things that we don't like. This should at least give us the clarity that the quality we perceive in the object is not intrinsic to the object. It is projected into the object or seems to arise with the object according to our self-positioning. That's why the Buddhist teachings are always saying the mind is the most important thing. If the qualities were truly present in the object, and then the Buddha would have been saying, well, you have to keep your eyes open and watch out. There are some very bad things and some very good things. He wasn't teaching that way at all. He said, it is your own mind which creates friends and enemies. So we practice these four immeasurables. May all beings have happiness and the root of happiness. May all beings be free from sorrow and the root of sorrow. May all beings have a happiness which is not mixed in any way with suffering. And fourthly, and perhaps most importantly, may all beings awaken to the equanimity which is free of the bias of wanting to help friends and act against enemies. Because the first three cannot really operate unless we have equanimity. If we say, may all beings be happy, but actually there are people we hate and we'd want them to be unhappy, then we immediately, the words in our mouth are just sawdust. Without equanimity, without really seeing that the values I perceive out there in the world are attributions from my mind arising due to my habits, my tendencies, my dispositions, they are not out there. That's why equanimity is so important, because only equanimity can permit us to be inclusive towards all beings. And equanimity is the basis for starting to soften our tendency to judge. What is the basis of judging? It is usually self-referential. We attribute value because of how things impinge on our lives. So we can see all over the world now, there are many wars starting. Again, there's a Russian presence impinging on the Ukrainian border. War could break out very easily because hatred is very simple and quick way of thinking. You are my enemy, you are bad, the world will be better if you're dead. These three propositions, you just link them together instantly, and why not kill the other people? But the basis for saying you are my enemy is what I think about you and how I interpret what you do. So even if you attack me, if I can see you attack me because of the delusion in your mind, this delusion arises like a mist in your mind and takes you over, so that this embodied presence of the five elements that you manifest moves to attack me. Who is the one attacking me? No one is there. There are no people. When we look even in the general view of the five skandhas, there are no people. There is a patterning of these five aspects which manifest as how we take ourselves to be and how we take other people to be. So if we're going to connect with all sentient beings, we have to try to see sentient beings as they actually are. That is to say, we have to stop projecting our interpretations onto them. And that's hard, because it means that we have to start looking at our own mind directly. The best way, of course, to do that is through some sitting meditation, so that we slow down our subject-object interactive pulsation and allow ourselves to see the more subtle development of how a thought arising in our mind can be fused with our consciousness so that it seems to be the truth of our existence. We feel a memory arises about something someone said to us that was upsetting, and a feeling of anger arises with that. And we are angry with that person. But which person? They said something to us yesterday. We remember what they said. We remember their face. Where is that voice? Where is that facial expression now? We don't see them now. They've gone on with their life. Maybe they're happy, maybe they're sad, maybe they're in hospital. We don't know. So the person I am angry with is a construction in my mind. I am angry with an echo. I am angry with some vague trace, some smear across time, which has no substance to it. So it's so very, very important to realize that the world itself is quite simple when we stop making it complicated. It is our own mental activity, which is judging, evaluating, creating hierarchies of value, wanting people to be close or far. This is how our mind is operating. And it operates this way because of ignorance, which we'll come to look at quite a lot. Of course, our lives have been transformed a lot in the last year or so because of the pandemic, because of this strange virus, which seems to spread very easily and mutates more and more. It is a pandemic. It's, in a sense, it's everywhere. And because it's everywhere, it gives us the possibility of acting together in a coherent way for the benefit of all. And we see, of course, that doesn't happen. Countries like Britain want to have a lot of the inoculations, the injections, the antidotes, and not share so much with the rest of the world. We want to be very pompous and say we are so generous, but actually we keep it all for ourselves. And this is the same all over the world. Why don't we want to share? Me first. Why should it be me first? Why not you first? Well, because I'm me. If you put food in your mouth, my belly doesn't become filled. So I have to think of me first. My very embodied presence means, what about me? Where will I sleep? What will I eat? Will I be warm in winter? Will I be cool in summer? Because of this seeming intrinsic fixed ego identity. It seems intrinsic. It seems to be just inherent, just built into my bones, my flesh. Because of that, I have to say me first. And we see the implications of this in terms of how the pandemic is being addressed. It's a very, very serious situation because, of course, the longer the virus is free to multiply and go through its various mutations, the more new strains of the virus will come, which will render the inoculations ineffective. And therefore, it's manifestly clear we should all act together, but we don't. When the president of Brazil can behave in his self-referential way, that I have spoken the truth, I am right, I will not revise my opinion, then we see the authentic voice of dictators everywhere. Dictators who will grind their own people down into dust rather than have to apologize. Because I am right. So samsara is available for our inspection, both outside ourselves and inside ourselves all the time. And we don't have much political power to change the thinking of governments, and you can send letters and so on, but it doesn't have much impact. And so that can make us feel hopeless. What's the point of doing any kind of practice when so much madness is around in the world and people seem to behave so badly? It's very understandable that we have these feelings, but these we have to recognize these are the response of our ego self. This is bad. This is terrible. I am the one who knows what is terrible. This is not so helpful. We have to see these are thoughts arising in my mind. When the thought arises, the situation is hopeless. This is awful. We human beings are ourselves some kind of virus on the world. It would be better for nature if we all died. Many people seem to have this view nowadays. From a Buddhist point of view, that would be very sad because only human beings can get enlightened. Cows don't get enlightened, gods don't get enlightened. But even these ghastly politicians, they have the basis for getting enlightened. So we don't want to get rid of our potential situation. More, we have to step back from judgment and have some clarity of analysis. So when we start in Dharma, we think about the freedoms and opportunities of a precious human life. that we have a healthy body, that we haven't been exposed through our family to cruel or vicious activities in our childhood, that we're able to reflect on our situation, and that we have an opportunity to meet with the Dharma, that the Buddha has come into the world, that he's taught, that the teachings are still available. These 18 factors, when they come together, give us an optimal situation. Why? Because it says we are in trouble, but something can be done. So these 18 factors link with the Four Noble Truths, that there is suffering, the suffering has a cause, the suffering can come to an end, and there are methods for removing that suffering. And having a precious human birth gives you the chance to be in touch with these four simple facts. When you look around, very few people in the world are interested in these four facts. They think that the purpose of life is to have fun, to enjoy themselves. Certainly in Britain, people are talking, oh, I hope the virus lifts before the summer. I'm yearning to be on the beach. I just want to be free. Walking up and down on the beach or lying in the sun is a kind of freedom. It's freedom from being at work. It's freedom from being in your own house and seeing the same things every day. But after a while, your holiday is over and you have to go home. It's not a real freedom at all. It is a moment of difference, which is hopefully refreshing, but the structural factors which keep us imprisoned in our own minds are not solved by going on holiday. So what the idea of a precious human birth is to say life has a meaning. And the meaning of your life is not going to be disclosed to you by focusing on your ego's likes and dislikes. I like to eat ice cream. So if you have some money, you can buy a big tub of ice cream in the supermarket and become very fat. I like to drink alcohol, so you can have alcohol for breakfast, for lunch, and for tea. Many people's lives proceed in that way. They think the object makes me happy. If I get more of the object, I will be happy. But in the end, the actions have consequences, and the liver can't cope, or the kidneys start to fail, and the body can't survive an onslaught of exposure to the ego's fantasies of this is the basic cause of my happiness. The cause of happiness, from the Buddhist point of view, is not being imprisoned by fantasy interpretations of the world. It's about waking up and seeing the revelation of the world directly in the moment that it is revealed, without it being mediated through our interpretive matrix, which is what we call the ego. So when the Buddha started to teach and he taught Dharma, we have to know that Dharma is not a theory. He wasn't giving us a bunch of propositions to think about as a fuel for our own conceptual elaborations. His teaching was a direct revelation of what he saw, so that we could try to align our gaze with the gaze of the Buddha and then see what the Buddha sees. That is the opening of our wisdom eye. Thinking about anything is to be in duality. I like reading this kind of novel. I like to study science fiction. Whatever it is you like to do, there is a subject and an object and a verb or an activity uniting subject and object. This is the dynamic of duality. Thinking about Dharma is important at first because we need to hear, we need to start to see how these at first for us merely concepts operate, then we reflect on them, we try to apply them to ourselves. But as we meditate, we move to a non-conceptual understanding. For as long as our understanding is based on concepts, it will vanish. You just need to sit for 5 minutes and observe your own mind. Every thought that arises is suddenly gone. Every emotion which arises is suddenly gone. Every sensation in the body is gone. Arising and passing, arising and passing. How could these thoughts be a true basis? Well, you have to activate the thought again and again. So you might say, I don't know, I like football. So then you think about football, you read about football, you long to be able to go to a football match when the virus is not so powerful. But when you're not thinking about football, football isn't in your world, something else is in your world. Maybe you have bills to pay and you don't have enough money. So that is now the focus of your world. To be obsessed with anything is very rarely 100%, because other vectors, other factors move into our mind, into our embodied existence, and suddenly we're caught up in thoughts and feelings and sensations about something else. That's why we need to learn to use thoughts, but not to be imprisoned by them. And of course, when we start to meditate and we sit, we realize I am not the thinker of my thoughts. Most of the time, thoughts are thinking through us. We are being thought by thoughts. That is to say, the illuminating capacity of the dualistic structure of consciousness. When a thought arises in the mind, this illuminating capacity fuses together, and then it is as if I am thinking. Actually, I am illuminating a thought which has arisen in my mind. As long as we think that I am the thinker, we have a deluded notion of agency. But again, we just sit quietly and observe the strangeness of our mind. Why would I be thinking this weird shit? Why would that be coming in my mind? What's that thought got to do with me? It just comes. And so some thoughts we're happy to have, some thoughts we're persecuted by, but we are not the thinker of the thought. Thoughts are the expression of the energy potential of existence. They are appearances. And our access to our particular share of appearance is mediated by our karma. So having got a precious human birth, we need to think of how we can optimize it. The second basic reflection we have is on impermanence and death. We are going to die. We get the statistics every day. A lot of people are dying from this virus. That doesn't get in the way of all the people who are dying of cancers, of heart attacks, getting strokes, car crashes. There are many, many forms of death. They haven't all been subsumed into death by virus. We are going to die. People we know are going to die. Since I came into Dharma, many of the Dharma teachers I studied with had died. They are no longer available. Sometimes I wake in the middle of the night and I long to be able to see that person, and they're gone. That's life. And the specifics of people means that with a particular person, you can have a particular kind of conversation. That kind of conversation can't be replicated with someone else, because there is an embodied or energetic attunement with others that opens pathways inside ourselves and allows us to reveal certain aspects of ourselves to this particular person. And when they're gone, that's unavailable. So we can see I am an emergence evoked by the presence of the other. I'm not a fixed thing. I'm not there defined in myself, but I'm evoked by circumstances. I am dynamic. And then The more we observe our external situation, we see how impermanent our body is. We get up to make a cup of tea, we go to the toilet, we suddenly have a need to phone someone. We are busy, moving, doing, and each of these things arises, is there, and then goes. Each moment of the day is impermanent. There is nothing to hold on to there. So when we have this background belief that I exist in myself, as myself, out of myself, from some inner definition inside me, this belief doesn't really have much relationship to the actuality of how we unfold with circumstances. So reflecting on impermanence is so profound. In fact, impermanence is probably the most important teaching in Dharma altogether, because even with the highest Dzogchen teaching is concerned with light, and light is a movement, it's ungraspable. The ungraspability of existence is revealed through looking at outer phenomena like the seasons, like our breath, like our being tired in the evening and needing to sleep. And it's also revealed through observing the very nature of what is occurring all around us, that we are participating in a world which is shifting moment by moment. So this brings us to the central point of refuge. If you take refuge in your sense that you exist as a permanent person, then your relationship to the world is one of grasping, because you're trying to hold on to these transient elements and build up some kind of construction. But if you take refuge in the Buddha, Buddha Dharma Sangha, Guru Deva Dakini, all the various refuges we have in Dharma, we're taking refuge in something ungraspable. How do we do that? We imagine in front of us these luminous forms of Dorji Chang or Samantabhadra or Padmasambhava, Aryatara, and we say, I take refuge in you. You have a body of light. You are more reliable than my own mother, because my mother is dead. She couldn't stay. At a certain point, the body starts to deteriorate, the mind separates from the body, and my mother is gone. Tara doesn't vanish. Tara is always available. If you call Tara to mind, Tara is there. Padmasambhava is always there. All the Buddhas and the great Bodhisattvas are always available. But the people who we know and love and want to be with, they are very unavailable. They have their moods, they have busy things that they have to do. And so the likely conjunction between my availability and wanting to meet you and your availability and wanting to meet me is quite small. But Tara is always available. So when we take refuge in worldly forms, in being young and healthy, in feeling contented in a relationship, or being satisfied that you have a good job, all of these are not fixed objects. They are moments of patterning of processes which are being developed by factors which are not in your control. For example, in Britain, I don't know in Germany or other countries, but in Britain, with the lockdown, all the restaurants have been closed now for many, many months, which means that the restaurateur, if they're renting the property, they still have to pay the rent, they have to pay taxes and so on. And they start to go bankrupt. So even when the virus lifts, to go into a restaurant where you're sitting close to other people is probably not going to be everybody's number one choice, because there's fear is now a pervasive mood which stretches through the country. We look at other people, and instead of smiling to someone else in the restaurant saying, whoa, aren't we so lucky to be here? You look at someone else and you're saying, hey, don't breathe over me. You may be dangerous. Maybe you will kill me. So that's a very different retractive mood. Instead of expanding in shared pleasure, we're now wary. Wariness leads to intolerance. So what should we take refuge in? The chef has spent all these years learning how to cook, but maybe he has to close the restaurant and develop another kind of job. Maybe he's going to be driving a bus. He's going to lose money. Lots of small businesses are going bankrupt. When you, certainly in Britain, if I hear these people talking on the radio, they're not bad people. They're not suicidal or self-destructive. They haven't set out to build something up in their life and then throw it out the window so it crashes in the road. They've done their best to hold it together, but these winds, karmic winds which blow across, turn it upside down. I was a chef, but I don't have a restaurant. Now, not many people are going to restaurants. What am I going to do? Cook hamburgers. People want quick takeaway food. I don't want to do that. Who will I be? So what we see there again and again is that our identity, our felt sense of who we are, is a construct. It is not something intrinsic. It is something contingent or resting on the presence of many other factors. Because of the meeting of these factors together, this particular pattern arises. As you know very well, this is what we call dependent arising or dependent origination. And yet, it's so tempting to grasp at that pattern as if it was a pattern arising from its own internal essence. Somebody is a chef because they've always liked cooking and they did their apprenticeship and their training and they've been cooking in a successful restaurant. They are a chef according to circumstances. If the economy changes, the possibility of manifesting these skills will vanish. Certainly in Britain now, so many people are doing all their shopping online, and the big shops on the high road that would normally be busy are empty and closed. The owners of these companies are trying to sell them off. Many people think the shops will never really recover. So all the people who had jobs selling clothes, they're going to lose their job. All that they had built up about how to relate to customers, what would be good for them, the shape of someone's face and what kind of colors would be useful and so on. These big shops, they often had cosmetics departments where you could go and get your eyeliner color checked and maybe you could try this or maybe you could try that. That's not going to happen. That's too intimate. But there we see identity is not inherent in us. Our own desires, our own skills, our own capacities are a potential which require something in the world that they can be plugged into, otherwise they can't ripen. Just as the seed or the bulb needs to be in the ground with some moisture, protected from animals and insects and getting enough sunshine. It is co-emergent, co-produced, arising together. So this is all a beginning way of starting to think that the self is not something intrinsic. The self is a construct. Now, of course, if we imagine, yeah, but myself is all that I am. That's all I have. I'm me. So if I don't really exist, if I'm just dependent on factors, that's terrible. But actually, it's not so terrible because the Buddha is always saying, but look at your mind. The mind is the most important. The mind is not the same as the ego. The ego is a constellation or a meeting pattern of thoughts, feelings, memories, plans, hopes, fears, moving within the space of the mind. It is a content of the mind. It doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. When they say there is no self, it means that the self has no inherent truth. That is to say, it's not a real enduring thing, because there are no real enduring things, but it is definitely a function. It's a pattern which has power, just as a tornado sweeping in from the ocean onto the houses near the beach will take the roofs off, will lift cars in the air. The wind is a function. You can't catch the wind, but there's a lot of power in it. And the ego self is like that. When you look for yourself, you can't find anything because it's reconstellating, repatterning all the time, just like a tornado. One minute we're happy, next we're sad, then we need to drink something, then we need to go to the toilet, changing. But each of these moments is whirling, dynamic, impactful. So when we study impermanence, this is what we see. Oh, I believe that the self is permanent when it is impermanent. And I don't attend to the mind, although the mind itself, the pure mind, the mind that we are concerned with in Buddha Dharma, is permanent. It's not permanent as a thing, but it's unchanging, as we'll start to look quite soon. The next factor that's vital to have a sense of is karma and its consequences, or actions and their consequences. Because this is how the patterning of our world develops. All day long, we are involved in activity. Some of the activity is neutral, like breathing in and out. It's just on automatic pilot. Do something like making a cup of tea, that's pretty neutral. When you go to pour milk, well, you might not pour milk in your tea, let's say coffee then. Say you're going to make a coffee, you pour milk in your coffee, and you have to think, oh, what is the status of cows in my country? Are these happy cows that are glad to produce milk? Do these milk producing cows celebrate the fact that their calves are taken away from them when they start lactating so that milk can be provided for human beings? Once we start thinking about the connections of the various factors of our life with other sentient beings and the impact that our life has on them, we see, oh, I'm actually woven into many complicated levels of connectivity with other people. The fact that I'm not conscious of them or choose not to be conscious of them doesn't stop them being operative. So from the Buddhist point of view, an action, that is to say, the mobilization of I, me, myself towards some object in the world, brings a certain capacity to leave a trace with it. So I might think, oh, I should go for a walk every day because I spend a lot of time locked down in a flat. So going for a walk is quite neutral. On an outer level, it is. I'm not robbing anyone. I'm not harming them. I'm not doing anything manifestly harmful. But if I'm going for a walk and my thoughts are filled with envy that other people in other countries don't have to be in lockdown, then there is a negative structure in my mind, which is a subtle form of karma. Or I could be celebrating the fact that other people have died from this virus, but I'm still alive. That's amazing. What a wonderful person I am not to die. I'm a hero. That also would be a negative kind of thought. The reason that these kind of thought patterns are dangerous because they give us a permission to position ourselves towards others from a particular vantage point, which could be envy, could be desire, could be hatred. I stand in relation to other people. I am better than them, so I look down on them, or they're better than me, so I envy them. Then we see, oh, I'm operating inside a structure of value. So instead of going for a walk, when I simply see the shapes and colors which are there in front of me, and breathe in the air and see the blossom that's still out on the trees, and feel the freshness, and return through my senses to an immediacy of contact, if I'm walking caught up in my thoughts, then karma is being accumulated. More gross forms of karma arise when this mental pattern leads towards a manifestation through the body or through speech towards someone else, seducing them or being unkind to them, because I want them to be close to me or I want them to be far away from me. And there we see, oh, I am manipulating the patterning of the world in order to optimize for myself what feels good to me. So that makes me assume that I know what will be good for me. Now, in our modern Western culture, where we have quite a bit of freedom in terms of relationships, most of us have had a broken heart at least once, probably a few more times. How did that occur? Because we thought that person will be good for me. I can see clearly with my sort of wisdom eye, and they are the perfect love object for me for a while. And then I realized, oh, they are not who I thought they were, which at least is honest, because I had created them through my thoughts of who they were. I never actually saw that person, the person I thought I loved. I saw them through the veil, the fog of my own desire or longing or loneliness, whatever it would be. There are many factors that bring us into contact with people. And the same operates in terms of enemies and hating people and wanting to cause them harm. That the mobilization of our energy towards them is based on our own conceptual structure. So karma means when the subject, I, see something and ascribe a value to it and act towards it in terms of the value that I have perceived as being present there, I am blind to the actual quality of what is in front of me. As we know from the tantric point of view, everything is the appearance of Aryatara or Padmasambhava. It is appearance and emptiness. Even when we study the Heart Sutra, we really start to see, oh, everything is appearance and emptiness. But I fall in love or I fall in hate, and I am sure that I see how the other person is, and I don't recognize what is visible is not them. What is visible is my mind. I think I am illuminating them, but actually what I'm looking at is an X-ray of my own perceptual veils, the filters in my mind, which lead me to construct them in this way. So that is how karma is operating. Karma is activity mobilized in blindness. And it's not that we are completely blind, because we compensate for the lack of direct, clear perception by imagining that what we see is how it is. So when you love someone, you are in love with your own created object. That's quite something to see, because if the person you loved was truly, truly, truly the most lovable person in the world, you would be fighting off envious lovers all day long. You'd be very unhappy. You love this person, and actually it's absolutely wonderful that nobody else seems to love them. Otherwise it would be Heartbreak Hotel. So why do you love them? Well, that might help us to see I love them because they suit me. They are for me according to my sense of me. So this is what karma can show us, that our action is arising and manifesting in the world through the structure of our interpretation. So the reason we study karma is to have a further reinforcement of the need to do some meditation, to look at our mind itself and to see how it is that I go under the power of a fixed sense that I know who this person is, or I know that this activity is good. Because karma leads to new situations. Some children, certainly in Britain, give up on the education system quite early in their lives. They don't want to go to school, or they cause trouble all the time, and then maybe they get sent to a special school. And because of that, their lives in the future tend to be quite hard. They find it difficult to get work. They often drift into crime and doing lots of drugs. And that's because at the age of 14, they knew that they didn't like school. Now, other people say, hey, but you need to go to school, you need to learn something. But they stubbornly say, no, this is shit. I don't want to be here. These teachers are horrible. It's a waste of my time. So in that kind of situation, you can see how the ego formation can arise in an absolute blindness. These children don't know anything about the world. They have no idea how difficult life is likely to be in the future. But they, in the blinker of the overfixation on this moment and my experience of how it seems to me, make a very fundamental decision, which actually shrinks the potential of their lived experience. They cut themselves off from many pathways to a happy life, because our life is paradoxical. If you study, if you do homework that you probably don't want to do, you get your bit of paper, which gives you freedom. But if you choose the freedom at the beginning and say, I'm not going to do my homework, you don't get your bit of paper. And so the key function, the key-like function of that bit of paper to open doors for you doesn't operate. So there we see, why would a child be like that? Nowadays, if they go for therapy, there'll be an explanation of childhood trauma or a lack of love or support or this or that. But from a Dharma point of view, these impulses manifest in the psyche on the basis of tendencies that have been developed in previous lives. And probably when we look at our own lives, we become aware that some winds blow through us. And when we look at people around us, we see, hey, they're not experiencing this kind of feeling of necessity, which I am experiencing. But I am experiencing it. This is me. I am blown in certain directions. So this is very powerful. But this involves analysis. We can see that in the world now, Buddhism is not expanding very much. The religions which are expanding tend to be monotheistic religions. There is one God, this is our dogma, this is what you have to do. You can write it on a postcard. Buddhism is not like that. Buddhism is saying, well, we have a lot of gods, we have a lot of pathways, you're all different. You are going to have to look at yourself. You can't just follow orders. You can't just say, I belong to this group and I do what this group do. You can say, I'm a Buddhist, but immediately we have to say, well, what kind of Buddhist? And what kind of practice are you doing? And do you do it every day? And so on. And so we come to the unique specificity of our lived existence. This is how I am. Yeah, this is quite lonely. We can't just fit in with a herd mentality. We have to understand, oh, in the mandala, if I'm doing a big initiation, my flower or my stick falls into the section of anger or desire or jealousy. And so a particular form of the deity will be appropriate to me. It won't be like that for every initiation. So all the practices that we do are designed to get closer to your own lived profile. We are not commodities. We are not things, standard issue things. That is to say, we have to work with our energy. We have to find, how is it for me? So in the meditation books, it's looking at what to do if the mind gets drowsy and sleepy, what to do if you're very excited, what to do if you are kind of depressed and listless and can't really settle into the practice and so on. There are many teachings about what to do with that. But the teacher can't say, oh, you have to do this, because your mind will manifest certain moods, certain patterns according to circumstances. You might be very energetic for some years and then become absolutely reluctant to do any practice at all. And you don't know why. You just find yourself, you sit down and you're twitchy and you're distracted and you think, oh God, what is this? At that moment, we have to remember impermanence, absence of inherent self-nature. It's just like this for a while. The basic, excuse me, the basic clarity we need to have is not to abandon ourselves, to put an arm around yourself and be kind to yourself and to say, okay, it's like this for a while. It's like this for a while. And then it will change. And if you don't give up on the Dharma, if you just stay in a small way, maybe just even lighting one butter lamp a day, but holding in mind your wish to practice, after some time, these obscurations start to clear. That is to say, we learn to work with circumstances. We are following the middle way, not too tight, not too loose. If you go tight and you push yourself and you drive yourself to do practice, it's going to become very superficial. You can do prostrations on automatic pilot. Your body can be going up and down, up and down, up and down. Your mind can be here, there, and everywhere. You can do pujas, daydreaming of something else, especially if you're reciting in Tibetan. Your mind just lifts off and you're wandering. If you want to be, if you want to be fully present, you have to be able to gather yourself, which means you have to allow yourself to know that you get lost. I get lazy, I get confused, I get lost. This is karma. This is the winds of karma are making these patterns. So that's what I have to do. I have to work with myself as I am. And one of the important things here is the more we see this, the more the fantasy of mastery starts to dissolve in us. We are not in charge of our lives. We are not the masters, especially in a modern world with so many complex variables operating in our lives. We are collaborating with our existence. We are with our existence, but we are not in charge of it. You can only be in charge of it if you simplify your life enormously, and then you can only be in charge for a while, because the 5 elements in the body will start to move around and change, and sicknesses arise and so on. There are many stories from Milarepa of him awakening to the need to collaborate with himself. Because when you have definite knowledge, then you seem to know what to do. So there was a story of how one day he had a dream and he knew that he had to go and visit Marpa. So he gets ready and he goes out of the house and he sees 3 crows and he thinks, oh, that's a very bad sign for a journey, and goes back into his house. And the next day he goes out and again he sees a big fox running across the path and he thinks, oh, that again is a negative sign. And after about 5 days, where negative sign, negative sign, negative sign, he decides, I'm just going. So he goes and he sees Marpa. But the Dharma can provide you with many, many bits of definite knowledge that can give you a lot of headaches in that way, that you have to do this and you have to do that. In the end, it is you. Dharma is taught by the Buddha for people. It's not disrespectful to the Dharma to try to establish how to work with the Dharma. Because for Dharma to work, you have to soften it so that it fits around you. If Dharma is rigid, if your Dharma becomes dogmatic, that will be difficult because you are changing. And so if it's soft, like a soft leather glove, it will let your fingers move around and it will aid you to participate in the world. But if it becomes like something rigid, like steel, it will become a barrier between you and the world. So this again is an aspect of karma, is to see that dynamic interaction is how the world is. Then the fourth of these basic things is to see the faults of samsara. When we see how easy it is to die, when you can go and walk in the local cemetery and see the graves of babies who've died just after birth, age 2, age 3, people die at all sorts of ages, from all sorts of conditions. This world is not safe. In Britain around the pandemic, people keep saying, oh, I just want to get back to life as usual. I want things to be normal. And this is very, very sad. We should actually be deeply shocked by this pandemic. It should be turning our world upside down. We should be saying, oh, everything is unstable. Climate change is absolutely powerful. Huge irreversible changes are occurring. And if people keep eating jungle meat and having unhelpful relations with animal species who've been kept far away from human beings, then it's bound that diseases will move across these barriers. So we do this. We should be scared of what we do. And why do we do these things? Because we feel entitled. So when we look at the 6 realms of samsara, the first point is, I'm a human being now because I've had a lot of accumulated good karma or merit or good potential. And I've invested it in this life with this precious human birth, which will vanish. And there are many human lives which I wouldn't like to be in. There are many countries in the world, if I look at the politics and the way people are treated, you wouldn't want to be there, especially you wouldn't want to be there in a woman's body. There are many dreadful human environments. Then you think of animals in zoos or going to the abattoir, in the food chain. Even the creatures in the sea now are increasingly persecuted by monstrous machine fishing and so on. Then the hungry ghosts, the hell realms. There are so many places you wouldn't want to be. So we have a rare and precious opportunity. An opportunity to focus on what is truly intrinsic. So ignorance means to take the adventitious, the thing that has an advent, a beginning, that is contingent, that's arising due to different forces, to take a construct like that and pretend that it is truly existing with an inherent self-nature. In order to see how stupid we are, we have to just keep looking at ourselves. You know, if you live in a house, you don't live, even if you think you live on your own, you don't live on your own. You're always in the presence of dust and dirt. I don't know how it gets in to, well, maybe my flat is particularly full of dust and dirt. I don't know, but I go to take a book from the shelf and it's all this powder. Where did all that come from? I'm sure I cleaned that last week or last month or, oh, maybe last year. But anyway, there's a lot of dust. So the air itself is slowly dropping its particles all over my existence. We are always in interactive worlds. We are not autonomous. And that's why the basis in just the section when just looking at the basics. So the true basis for us is the Bodhisattva vow. If our motivation is impure, in the sense of being primarily self-referential, our Dharma practice is always going to be very shallow. So we have an inclusive attitude. May all sentient beings be happy. That means may all undeserving sentient beings be happy. That's a very helpful reflection to take up, because usually in school, you're told that you have to practice things so that you become good at them. And if you're good at them, then you deserve a good mark or a prize or promotion in some way. You have to earn the reward. So this is a paradigm. This is a way of thinking about the world, about cause and effect, where if you try hard, you will get a good result. And if you don't try hard, you will get a bad result. But when we take the Bodhisattva vow, we say, I will work for the benefit of all beings, including lazy people, self-destructive people, people who I would not like from my ego self, but in terms of my Bodhisattva identity, I welcome them. Now, that's very hard. This is why in Dharma, it's really important to pay attention to what you're saying. May all beings be happy. Are you sure that's true for you? Are you sure there's not some people you would like not to be happy? Maybe a sister you never got on with, maybe your boss. Maybe there's some people who deserve a little bit of unhappiness. So may all beings be happy, whatever their qualities. So for what we're looking at this weekend, this is vital. Their entry into enlightenment should not be dependent on their qualities. I remember when I used to study with Kalu Rinpoche, he would always say that merit and wisdom were like the two wings of a bird, and you needed to have both to fly to enlightenment, and you had to accumulate merit. And he said, you know, it's like airplane tickets are very expensive and train tickets are cheaper, and bus tickets in India were very cheap at that time. But the bus journey is quite slow on a bumpy road. Better to be on the train. And if you can fly, well, that's very easy. So it's the same. You have to have a lot of accumulation. Now, that is a particular way of looking at the issue. But when we take the Bodhisattva vow, they say, I will work to enlighten all beings. So especially when we think of Buddha Amitabha in his previous life, when he was making his foundational vow, he said, through all my karma, good karma, through my merit, through my wisdom, through all that I accumulate, I will work in countless lives to be able to create a world where becoming enlightened will be very easy. And the only thing that people will have to do to be born there is to say my name. So that's an incredible vow. He's saying, all the work is on me, and you come very easily. You don't have to do it. I've done it for you. So you can come if you say, if you call on Amida Buddha or Amitabha, especially when you are dying, then you can go and be born in Dzogchen. Some of the texts say, well, that also depends on your karma. Others say, no, it depends entirely on the vow of Amida Buddha. So that is the kind of thing we say when we take the Bodhisattva vow. I will work for the benefit of all beings. So that is a non-transactional proposition. It's not like, I will help you with your garden if you then come and prune my roses, or I'll help you clean your car this week if you help me clean mine next week. It's not an equivalence. It's not a deal. I'm not going to help you so that you will help me. It is an absolute gift, an infinite gift. I'm offering this to you for free. You don't need to do anything. I'm going to do it. Why? Because I want to include everyone in my vow. Because if I'm sitting here thinking, well, I'll help Jane, but I won't help Mary, then I've got to think, well, why do I want to help Jane? Well, she looks pretty good. So you want to help people because they're beautiful, or they've got some sexual interest for you, and you don't want to help the other person because they've got a bitter tongue and they make you feel bad. So your willingness to help that person is entirely on how they make you feel. That is an ordinary egoic transactional relation. But the Bodhisattva vow is very different. I will help you because you have the potential to awaken. You have Buddha nature. That potential is hidden in you, and because it's hidden in you, you can't mobilize it. But I will dedicate my merit to you so that that potential will be awakened. That is something very, very radical. Because it's saying that the basis for awakening is already in the person. What I'm going to do is to facilitate the awakening of that potential. And therefore, my motivation is to help all beings become enlightened. The problem with judgment, as we touched on a little bit earlier in relation to equanimity, is that you always have to have a criteria for evaluation. So, for example, you might have some old shoes, and the criteria you use for evaluating them is that they're very comfortable because your feet have got used to wearing them, but they don't look very smart. So if you've got to go to an important meeting, you would have to think, okay, what are the criteria for the meeting? Smart shoes, because I have to impress these people. So although my smart shoes are uncomfortable, they are the best shoes for the meeting. But when I get home in the evening, I'll be so glad to take them off and put on my comfortable shoes. So the more you observe your life situation, you see how many sets of criteria you have for evaluating situations. The situational evocation or adopting of differential categories for evaluation. Nothing is fixed, not permanent, no inherent truth in it. It depends. It depends on where I am, what I'm doing, who I'm going to meet. No inherent truth. Now, when we see that, this makes us able to be more pliable and adaptive to situations, because you're not starting from a fixed dogma. I always behave like this because I am this person. You find yourself responding in different ways, which is socially adaptive. But moreover, it lets us see, oh, all of these categories belong to relative truth. They are conventional. They are not absolute. They are not infinite. They are not the Buddha mind, the Dharmakaya. Therefore, judgment is turned towards subject-object interaction. Judgments allow us to modify our behavior as we move in interaction with other people. That's not the door to the Dharmakaya. The door to the Dharmakaya is releasing ourselves from mental activity and opening into the unborn clarity of the mind itself. So as long as we are mobilizing criteria to help us decide what to do, we are in relative truth. And if the mobilizing force is centered around I, me, myself, and my advantage, and perhaps your disadvantage, then we're in impure relative truth. Okay. So if we begin just with 10 minutes of quiet sitting, can do that in any way that's familiar to you. But what might be useful is just to relax in the out breath and just gently observe the ever-changing movement of your experience. Okay. So when we're sitting in that way, clearly many things are arising and passing. All kinds of experiences are coming and going. But there tends to be the sense of a reference point as a kind of observing self. The world is moving, but somehow the observer is stable. And that fixation on the subject point is something we gradually will look at how to dissolve in the course of our time together. There are many, many styles of meditation. And there are many Dharma views. The key thing is that all of these teachings by the Buddha are valid. If you look at them in an intellectual way, you might see certain contradictions. One text seems to say one thing, another seems to say another. According to what I received from my teacher, one should always be respectful. Everything is the Buddha's disclosure of good pathways to understanding. These are all methods or skillful means, and therefore it's very important not to enter into judgment and say that some are good or some are bad. For example, sometimes people say, oh, Dzogchen is very high. That doesn't mean it's like a kind of university physics course. What it means really is it's like climbing up in the mountains. If you go up in the Himalayas, as you climb up, the air gets thinner. Now, the thing about the ego is it's very greedy. It likes everything thick. And so it wants thoughts and feelings and something to chew on. But when you go thinner air, it's very good for the mind because the mind is very light and spacious and free, but very bad for the ego. So that's why Dzogchen is a bit difficult. If you start from the point of view of I exist, I am real, and you're looking for confirmation of that. But actually, Dzogchen is no higher than anything else. all Dharma methods are useful if you can use them. The entry ticket is your own state, whether you are able to find a way to connect with the teaching and the explanation. Some people find ritual practice impossible to do. It just makes them feel strange. Other people find open sitting very difficult because they feel they're dissolving. These are all signs that you're coming close to a kind of shaping or limit of yourself. So when you have a method that doesn't seem to work for you, you don't have to pursue it, but don't throw it away immediately. Rather, try to stay with it and think, okay, what is the limitation that's operating here? It may not be something that you feel you can change or want to give or have the capacity in your world to change. But the key thing is where you see, oh, there is a restriction in my repertoire of moves. So again, if you take the Bodhisattva vow and you say, I'm going to help all sentient beings, you have to learn many recipes. Different people require different support in how they practice. Some people need a lot of encouragement to take risks. Other people need to be encouraged to put the brakes on and not to take so many risks, not to be so self-confident. It depends on what's revealed about the driving structure of the person's situation. And yeah, all the teachings come from the Buddha's clarity. So we have to try to find a way to relate to that. So generally speaking, in Dharma, we have categorization of the different paths into the vehicles of the cause and the vehicles of the result. The vehicles of the cause are those which work on developing the cause of awakening, and the vehicles of the result work on the basis of acting as if the result had already been achieved. So in terms of the cause, on an outer level, we could say that you need to develop the two accumulations of merit and wisdom. And if you build these up, then you will have the basis for gaining enlightenment. So merit is a kind of, if you think of it, what we were looking at before with karma, I am going to do something. Maybe I do something to help you or to harm you. That is dynamic, that is an activity. So if we thought of karma as a flow of water, if you flash freeze that activity, then you get a piece of ice. And that ice is like the merit. So it's a way of commodifying the dynamic quality of karma. So now you've got a piece of merit. So now I'm going to share my merit with everyone. We have to think, this is a metaphor. This is a way of thinking about things. There is no such thing actually as merit that you can move about from here to there. But we have to think of it as such, because it's a way that allows us to see dynamic interaction. It's a kind of transactional system. So typically in the economy of Buddhist countries, lay people offer food and cloth and building materials and effort to maintain the monastery, and the monks and nuns offer blessing and good karma in return. So there is an exchange. Material goods go up and spiritual goods come down the way. That's a way of thinking about an interaction. So if you accumulate enough merit, you start to make progress. And you also need to have the accumulation of wisdom. Now, the accumulation of wisdom is to understand the emptiness of all phenomena. So if you understand the emptiness of all phenomena, you understand that merit is empty. So the accumulation of empty merit and the accumulation of wisdom go together. You might think, well, this is a bit crazy. If the merit is empty, how are you going to build it up? If I'm a child on the beach and I have my little plastic bucket, I can put sand in it and beat it and then turn it upside down and gradually build a little castle. But if my bucket is empty, I can't put one load of empty bucket on top of another load of empty bucket. And yet we act as if merit was important because it gives us something to share. We dedicate our merit at the end of the practice for the benefit of all sentient beings. It is a way of thinking about connectivity and having the sense of the pulsatory or interactive quality of the world. So if we pray, for example, to Tara or to Padmasambhava, they will reply. It's not that maybe they will reply, maybe they won't. They're not whimsical. In some of the early Upanishads, it sort of indicates that the gods can be kind of, depends on whether they're in the mood, whether they respond or not. But from the Buddhist point of view, it's much more like a kind of technical thing. Padmasambhava promised to help all beings. Therefore, you just say, oi, you made a promise, carry it out. It's probably better if you say it more politely than that, but that's the essential thing, is that you're holding them to account, just as other people can hold us to account because we promise to help all beings. The importance of this is that it removes doubt from the equation. It's not that it makes it technical, really, but if you're wondering, will my prayer be answered or not? How will this work? There's too much empty space that concepts and agitation and confusion can arise in. So we have to have a calm, simple confidence. So we accumulate merit and wisdom, and if you get enough of that, then you have the basis for enlightenment. And it can also be progression in the Theravadan system up through the different jhanas, the different levels of mental quiescence, in which you have less and less intrusion of thoughts and so on. Essentially, I am doing something to go from here to there. I am on a path and I'm going to make progress. And many texts will give you the lists of the signs by which you're making progress. Now, from the Mahayana Buddhism point of view, there's something missing in that description, which is the Buddha nature. All sentient beings, that is to say, all beings that have a mind, whichever of the 6 realms of samsara they're in, have as the true quality of that mind a potential for awakening. That is to say, it is the mind which is the basis of clarity. And so if you have a mind, even if it's full of obscuration, even if you're drowning in negative habits, these are like the content of a cup. The cup itself is clean. And you have a cup because you are a mind haver, a semchen, a sentient being. So the irreducible quality of the Buddha nature is one of the great insights in the Mahayana tradition. That if you had to construct enlightenment, it would be a construct. And if it's a construct, it will collapse. All compounded things are impermanent. Everything you create will fall apart. Houses start to fall apart. Agreements between governments start to fall apart. Ecosystems start to fall apart. All things which have been brought together by people's goodwill remain for a while. You have theater companies that function well for a while, dance companies, and then there start to be squabbles, or there's jealousy or rivalry, and the mood of collaboration changes. It's the same with industrial companies, with trade unions, with political parties. Infighting, backbiting, hatred easily rises up. All compounded things are impermanent. If you put them together, they don't become one thing. The differences remain there, and the contradictions may be quiet for a while, but sooner or later they start to operate. But the Buddha nature is not a compound. It is intrinsic. It is there from the very beginning. However, it is covered over. It is obscured. What is it obscured by? The sense of I, me, myself. That is to say, I, in the sense of my ego identity, am the primary obscuration to my own enlightenment. I cannot find myself because I am busy being myself. Grammar makes that a kind of funny thing to say. Who is the I in that case? What is this true self which is covered by a false self? Well, when we sit to meditate, we start to see that. We decide, I'm going to sit and relax and not be involved in what occurs. And then we vanish, chasing thoughts, going after memories, plans for tomorrow. We fall into these patterns and we identify with them. In the moment that I'm identified with something arising in my mind, it is as if this is me. So the spaciousness within which the thought is arising is hidden or ignored because I am fixating on this entity which seems to be center stage. So if you just take a moment and look around the room that you're in, just, look up to the ceiling, down to the floor, whatever's there. See what you notice. Mainly what we notice is furniture and possessions. We notice maybe books or coffee cups or paintings, whatever is there. We don't tend to notice the space of the room because it's very easy to fix a concept on a book. You can think, oh, and I should give that away. I don't want to read it again. Or, oh, I must sit down and try to read that book. Our mind, as soon as it locks onto the book, starts to set up a stream of thoughts which are defining our relationship with it. But if you let your gaze settle on the empty space in the room, and that is to say, the space between things, as we would conceive it, how would we describe it? If you've got irregular furniture, the space is not of a regular shape. It's sort of a bit oblong, a bit square, and then the space goes into the big space under the ceiling. There's very little for your conceptual identificatory power to do with that space. So that's just, you can prove that to yourself. That's kind of obvious. And if you're clear about that, then you see why the ego is so powerful, because the ego needs something. It needs solid food. The ego is concerned to have activity, to do something, to make something, to give a judgment on something, to allocate value, and so on. And so the identification of entities by a subject that is self-identifying as I, me, myself, creates the dialogue or the pas de deux or the interaction which is generating the sense of substance, that there is something here, something existing, something that will continue in time, something I can think about and have different opinions about. So that's why, although the text will often say the mind is like space, or the mind is like the sky. It's difficult for us to see that because there's nothing much you can do with the sky. It's not an object of thought. And the ego likes to think because that's how it keeps itself afloat. The sky is the redundancy of the ego. So the potential of the Buddha nature is like the sky. But the reason that we don't develop that potential is because we are busy developing the potential of the obscurations, which are classified in two groups. Mainly there's the obscuration of the afflictions or the defilements, and the obscuration of knowledge. The obscuration of the afflictions is like basically the 5 poisons: mental dullness, aversion, desire, jealousy, and pride, plus all the subsets of these that come up. Now, we know what it's like to feel pride or jealousy or anger. There's an intensity to them. And that intensity is also a confirmation that something's happening to me. I feel this. So the arising of the feeling is another fuel or food to the ego sense of self. So that's why they are very obscuring, apart from causing interpersonal difficulties and problems. In terms of the seemingly separate ego identity, these are 5 poisons because they distort the truth of the situation. They confirm the idea that I exist as an enduring self with my own basis inside me. So it's the first of the 5 poisons, the mental dullness, which is the key aspect here. And we'll look at it in detail later in terms of ignorance. But it's the kind of if it was as our body, mental dullness would be like our back. We're born in a human body with our sense organs pointing towards the front. And even if we look in a mirror, the mirror reflection shows us our front, generally speaking, if we're looking at it. We have a back. Without that back, we would be dead. We have a back. The back is just as much a part of us as our front, but we don't see our back. So the back is there participating in everything we do, but it's hidden from us because of the way in which we relate to our environment. So mental dullness is operational, it's functioning as a way of not being in touch with everything that's here, but we don't see it because we focus on what's registering through our senses. And the other obscuration is the obscuration of the knowables, knowledge as entity or substance, that we know things. So we have opinions about politicians. Politicians we never met. We think they're good or bad because we read a few words in the newspaper or see something on the television. And then we say to somebody else, oh yes, Narendra Modi, he's like this, or Joe Biden, he's like that. We've no idea what they're really like, but we like to say something. So this obscuration is the obscuration of formulating a conceptual basis for the exchange of information with others. Long before computers arose, we have been living in an information economy. We have been trading bits of information as opinions. We go to school to learn information, and then we exchange these with other people, very often on the basis of identifying, are you one of us? So the thing about information is that it has to be fine-tuned, because there are many different groupings. There are many different groupings of Christians. And some of these Christians believe that other Christians are not Christians, just as there are many different varieties in Islam. And some Muslims will believe that other people are not true Muslims at all. So mainstream Sunnis might say that Ahmadiyya are not real Muslims. And there are many, many issues like that, where although there is one general container which seems to have meaning, as soon as you start to examine it, it breaks down into ever more fine detail. So if somebody says, as a woman, I feel, what would that mean? And then someone else says, no, as a Black woman, I feel. As a Black woman from Africa, not from the Caribbean, I feel. And so you get more and more distinctions out of which somebody says, my identity is irreducible. Don't say I'm a Black woman, because I'm not like that kind of Black woman. I'm from Kenya, or I'm from Nigeria. Then you say, okay, but which part of Kenya are you from? Which tribe are you from? I'm a Kikuyu Black woman. Oh, and what is your subsect in the tribe? So like that, we have this endless fragmentation of these categories. But with each of them, you can take hold of them as if you have definite knowledge. So this is a great obscuration, because you can spend your whole life sifting out these differentials. You know, in France, they make so many different kinds of cheese, and you get so many different kinds of wine. If you go to Italy, you go, how many kinds of pasta are there? Why would anybody have invented all these different kinds of pasta? It's unbelievable. But somehow, historically, that developed. Long, thin pasta, wide, flat pasta, little curly pasta. It's all pasta. No, but this one is very special, because it's from my village. In my part of Italy, we always eat this pasta. So that's what this kind of obscuration means. It's the way in which our mind apprehends differentiations, which are pointing to certain features of the world, but they don't actually have very much importance. If you're hungry, you eat any kind of pasta. You're just hungry, so it's food. But if you're not so hungry and you want something delicious, you say, oh no, that pasta is better than that pasta. So even when you imagine that there are inherent qualities in the varieties of pasta, once you include yourself and whether you're tired and hungry, you may decide, actually, I'll have pot noodles and I'll just pour boiling water on this little packet and I'll be able to eat it in 2 minutes because I'm tired and hungry and I don't care. So when you observe yourself, you see how something seems terribly important. Oh, due to causes and conditions. Under these circumstances, this seems very important. Oh, it is relative, it's not absolute. That's why this kind of obscuration is so important, because it is always relative, but it looks as if it is absolute. And that's why it's almost like an impenetrable fog, because there are so many variables involved that once you start trying to think your way through it, there's no end to analysis. So from the general Mahayana position, we have Buddha nature. The question then is, well, what do we do with it? How do you activate that? And this is where the development of Tantra became very important, because in Tantra, you have the two aspects of the initiation and the explanation. And they say the initiation is for ripening and the explanation is for liberation. So the initiation connects you directly, energetically, with the stream of connection through all the teachers, right back to the primordial Buddha, Dorje Chang or Kuntu Sangpo. And so the energy of the revelation comes through your body, speech, and mind, which are ripened by being planted in the soil, the true soil, which is the mind. You have the seed of enlightenment in you, but if it's not planted in the soil, it's not going to ripen. Just as they find sometimes in these Egyptian tombs, grain from 2,500 years ago or earlier, and it can still be germinated because it's been in very dry conditions. When the water is added, it still can come to life and start to grow. We've had this seed of awakening in us for a long time, but if we are not planted in the ground, it won't grow. So what is the ground? The ground is emptiness. So in the initiation, you're introduced to the empty nature of your body, your voice, your mind. The body is appearance and emptiness. The voice is sound and emptiness, like mantra. Your mind is awareness and emptiness. And these three are inseparable. There is nothing to grasp because this is a ceaseless show or flow or display of appearance. And then the explanation shows you how to do the practice. Now, what is a tantric practice? It is activity. You're saying something with your voice, you're maybe doing mudras with your hands, you're making offerings, certainly reading a text, turning the pages, maybe ringing a bell, playing different instruments. It is a choreographed movement of activity so that you can experience that activity arises from emptiness and flows into emptiness. Now, here we have to look a little bit at emptiness because this is the most important term for the practice of Dzogchen and Mahamudra. And very often, if you read the text, they link together Madhyamika, Mahamudra, and Dzogchen and say that fundamentally they're not different. And the Madhyamika, the great middle way teachings from Nagarjuna and so on, are really setting out the importance of emptiness. So there are various ways into this. In the general Mahayana way, we start with dependent origination. You can see, oh, each of us has a body, and our body came out of our mother's body, and it started to grow in the mother's body on the basis of the interaction of our father and our mother. Our body has grown on the basis of food and clothing and being kept safe from harm. Our body is an emergent dependent phenomena. On the basis of these supportive conditions, our body was able to manifest for a while. Due to causes and conditions, we get sick from time to time, and at a certain stage, that sickness will be our final sickness and we will die. Or due to causes and conditions, we'll be in a car crash or a bus crash, or we'll get stabbed in the street, or we'll get pushed down the stairs in a rush hour, or someone will push us onto the tracks in the underground and the train will hit us. There are many ways to die. But all of these ways to die have causes and conditions. Everything in the room that we're sitting in has been made. Tables, chairs, books, shoes, whatever it is you have in your room, if you look at them, you can see, oh, this is not a self-existing object. This has been created in time on the basis of people's conceptualization, due to styles of furniture and the market's capacity to provide furniture at a cost that people could afford. Different kinds of furniture have arisen. That is, economic factors, ingredients, the materials, were they available or not, the happenstance of you needed a table and that's the amount of money you had made that particular style of table available for you. So when you look at any of the factors in your physical existence, they have arisen due to causes and conditions. What is holding it in place is also causes and conditions. For example, when I was in school, I had a table for years I used for my homework. And one day my mother came and was vacuuming the carpet in my bedroom, and she said, "There's a lot of powder on the floor. What is that?" And we looked, and then we looked at the table, and then we turned the table upside down, and it was full of woodworm. And so we had to carry the table out of the house, and we took it to a big wild areas where it could have a quiet death all by itself, and the woodworm would be happy eating. So the table was not just my table, it was also the home and the dinner for woodworm. So it's the same, you know, like when I was living in India, I had my little room at the back of my teacher's house, but it wasn't my room because it was shared with cockroaches and with geckos, the lizards on the wall, and especially with mosquitoes. Every evening, many mosquitoes would come to share the space with me and fly around and have a little drink of blood and wave bye-bye, and some more would come. So in Europe, because our world is so over clean and sealed off, we tend to imagine that it's just my house. But of course, we have many rats everywhere. And there are always rats near houses. We just don't see them. They're in the sewers under the house. They're running around in the gardens and so on. But we don't want to know about that with my house. So we're very often forgetful of factors. Also, if you don't pay your rent, if you're renting your house, or you don't pay your local taxes, if you don't pay your electricity bills, water bills, gas bills, you will not be able to live in your house. So your house is dependent on maintaining your house. It is dynamic. So this is the beginning way we see emptiness. Although I'm talking about my table, it's depending on, is it going to function for me? As long as it's useful, I want it. If I don't find it useful anymore, I don't want it. While I want it, it's my beloved table. When I don't want it, I don't need it. You can get rid of it. So when you see that interaction, that the value of any function, the value of any commodity depends on its function for us. The value is not inherent, it is relational. So this is what dependent origination means. The manifesting of this phenomena in this situation at this time depends on many factors. There is no inherent truth in any phenomena. This is why war is such a terrible phenomena, because when a war starts, people's identity is reconfigured according to the fault lines that establish the new friend and enemy. The time of the Indian partition, terrible crimes were committed. At the times of Scotland and England fighting, terrible crimes were committed. All sorts of cruelties were enacted. Because if you're going to invade someone's territory, or you're going to see them as the enemy, they are no longer like you. They have been expelled from your community of people who live in my village. They are now the other, And the best thing to do with the other is to get rid of them, because they are now contaminating the purity of my situation. So ethnic cleansing is very easy to understand from a Buddhist point of view. Once you fix a negative reading on the existence of a group of people, whether it's due to their racial color, their language, their religion, their economic value, then it's very easy to decide that they have no value for you and they should be killed. And we see that happening a lot. The way the Amazon forest is being cleared, the tribal population are losing their hunting grounds, losing their existence. It doesn't matter to the people who want to clear the fields and get money. They have their criteria for allocating value, and that doesn't include the well-being of the tribal people. So when you look around, you can see how easy it is to generate bad karma, to say, me first, these people don't matter. It's because actually there is no inherent value in human beings. We might have the United Nations Charter guaranteeing this, that, and the other about entitlement of children to have schooling and so on. But not everyone agrees. In Nigeria, Boko Haram frequently attack girls' schools because they don't think that girls should be going to school. But of course, what happened then in Nigeria was originally that was an ideological position. But now criminal gangs start to do the same thing because they kidnap the girls and they can get some money as ransom for the girls. Same thing happened in Northern Ireland between the Catholics and the Protestants. At first, it was a lot of strongly ideological thing. You know, the Catholics are very bad because of this, that, and that. But because these people were using guns and they needed to get ammunition, which was illegal to buy, they end up smuggling. Smuggling brings them in contact with criminals. They end up selling drugs and so on. So there is no purity even among criminal identity. It transforms. Everything is impermanent. So in that way, we see no matter how strongly a proposition is made, this is the truth, we are the pure ones, we are the best, this is arising on causes and conditions. And gradually it will dissolve and change. So that's the outer form of emptiness. When we see, okay, there is no inner essence or substance guaranteeing the inherent validity of that phenomena, we see, oh, it is empty of self. That is to say, it's not generated out of some private, personal, definitive essence. It is manifesting due to all kinds of conditions. And although in our mind, we can take a pair of scissors and cut off all these causal forces, that doesn't make them vanish into the past. When, well, I'm sitting at the table. So when the table was made, someone bought it. I got it from a secondhand furniture shop near me. It was very cheap. It was very useful. The table had a history. Someone had designed it. It was made by people in a factory. It was put together. It had an owner. Now I'm the new owner. And it's here. It's just a table. It's just a table. So I can wipe out its history and say it exists in and of itself. The table is a table is a table. Okay. So we don't need to think about the history. The history is over. The history of the table is finished. There is just this table here. But where is the table? The table is in this room in my flat. and the table is resting on the floor. It's not floating in the air because it weighs something. Without the floor, the table wouldn't be here. So I think this is the table, but actually this is the table on the floor. This is the table on the floor in this room. This is the table on the floor in this room, in this flat, in this street, in London. All of these are connected together, because if the street wasn't there with its foundations, there wouldn't be a basis for this flat that I live in, which is up some stairs. So this flat is resting on the flat below. And this table is on the floor of this flat. It is dependent. It looks autonomous. It looks separate, but it is always somewhere. My cup is always somewhere. It's in my hand, or it's on the table, or it's in the kitchen. It has to be somewhere. So although we can look at the cup and think, oh, that's James's cup, it's actually, that is James's cup somewhere. So if we jump back a little bit, and I was talking about mental dullness, the first of these 5 poisons. When I say, yes, but come on, a cup is a cup is a cup. It's just a cup. It's just a cup. It's your cup. Okay, that's it. That's not true. That is our mental dullness. That is the mental operation which seems to perceive an autonomous, independent identity to this cup. The cup is a cup because it's a cup. Just leave it alone. It's a fucking cup. Stop talking about it. It's a cup. But it's not just a cup. It's a cup in my hand. And if I drop it, the coffee will go into the computer and then we'll stop because the computer won't work. So it's dependent. And this dependency shows that it's a cup plus something else, plus maintenance factors. And if these maintenance factors don't operate, the cup is destroyed, and then it goes in the dustbin, it goes for recycling. That is the emptiness or the absence of inherent self-nature in the cup. When you look, you see a cup. It seems obvious because we are used to applying the concept of cup to the entity that we see. But this, and this is the interesting point, the clarity of my intelligence that lets me know this is a cup, and in particular, it's my cup. This bright intelligence is making me stupid. The more I know about this cup and can define it and tell you its history and so on, the more I am covering the immediate actuality of what is there in a narrative. I'm weaving the cup into a story, and the story gets massaged into the cup and gives it that density. As I was saying, like going up Mount Everest, as you get higher, the air gets thinner. But when we're down below the base camp, a cup is a cup is a cup. And we've got something solid, and it's my cup, leave it alone, don't touch it. So that's what stupidity is. Stupidity is the mental dullness which adheres, which sticks onto, which believes in the seeming true inherent existence of the phenomena. And on that level, it becomes irreducible. So that then depends often on how you name things. For example, you might say, well, there is India. Okay, India, but is that the right name for India? Maybe it is Hindustan. Maybe it is Aryavarta. Maybe it is the pure land of the Hindus. In which case, why are the Muslims there? What are they doing there? We should get rid of them. Some people think that way. So how you define things creates the frame in which you can negotiate what is going on. the Russians clearly feel entitled, certainly to the eastern part of the Ukraine, maybe to the whole of the Ukraine. This is very dangerous, because other people say, no, the boundary of the Ukraine is sacred. That is their national boundary. This is guaranteed by the United Nations. But the Russians have already pushed in. Now there's an old saying that says possession is 9/10 of the law. If you're sitting as the occupying force, you're going to be kicked out. And who really wants to go to a big war with Russia to kick them out of a bit of Ukraine? Nobody. These people are abandoned. And that happens all over the world. So when you just look at politics, at geopolitical tensions and national boundaries and how they're defined, you see, oh, this is the imputation of a true identity on the basis of a line on a map, whether it's the line between China and India up above Ladakh, or whether it's a line in Kashmir between Pakistan and India, or the line between Iraq and Iran, which is under disputation, and so on. Then you have the Kurdish people who long to be able to draw on a map some line and say, this is Kurdistan, but they're never able to do that because they're always somehow squatting in someone else's land. And that makes their life situation very, very vulnerable. So that's how we can understand emptiness. The truth of the entity is a concept. The truth is not in the outer form, it's in the idea. It's in the idea. So in so-called United Kingdom, quite possibly Northern Ireland will want to vanish. Many people in Scotland would like to vanish, and probably the Welsh would like to vanish as well. So there wouldn't be much left of the United Kingdom, because united, and then we hear the words of the Buddha, all compounded things are impermanent. Oh ho, not so united forever then. This is our life. So if you see the truth of phenomena, phenomena are dynamic, emergent, ungraspable, but the concepts that we employ to relate to phenomena seem to inject them with a kind of cement that freezes them into these fixed positions, as if we were talking about real self-existing autonomous entities. So this is why emptiness is very important, because emptiness is pointing to the fact that empty phenomena are filled with concepts, and the concepts are delusion. So another way is to say everything is Maya, Juma, everything is illusion. On a hot day when you see a mirage, it is as if you see water shimmering on the road. You're not blind, you're not stupid. You see water, but it's not water. You can see something which is there and isn't there simultaneously. There is the appearance of water, but not the truth of water. In the same way, here is my cup. This is the appearance of the cup, but it's not the truth of the cup as a cup, because the cup is in my hand. Cup plus hand, or cup plus table, or cup plus kitchen. It's never just the cup. The mirage arises in summertime due to the heat coming down, the air vibrating above the hot road surface, and the nature of our eye and how we interpret what we see. So the shimmer of light is interpreted by us as water, because it looks like water, but it's not water. So that is the nature of illusion. Now, if you believe that the illusion is true, then you are deluded. And delusion is all pervasive. That is the basis of samsara. For example, I had quite a good education in Scotland, and not once was there any mention of Indian philosophy or Chinese philosophy in my education. You can go through entire university education with a PhD studying history, and you only study English history. How is this possible? How is this possible? People talk about culture. We have got cultural institutes where there is not one mention of African culture or South American culture or Asian culture. How is it possible? Why? Because culture is European. Any cultured person would know that culture means European culture. It's obvious. Well, it's obvious to the people living inside that bubble. So there we see how prejudicial attention directed by a prejudicial concept gives rise to racism, misogyny, attacks on women, limiting women's rights to education, and so on, because people have started from an assumption, we know what girls are like, they don't need education. Girls should be looking after the family. So we see many, many people imprisoned inside these concepts, and we can see how harmful racial prejudice has been to the happiness of mixed communities everywhere. Many, many cultures have hierarchies of skin color. On the basis of somebody's skin color, you attribute a whole value to them. And then we have these crazy polarizations where we talk about, white people and black people. I remember when I lived in Bengal, this Bengali girl said to me, well, the thing about you Europeans is actually you're pink like one of your own little pigs, which I thought was a very interesting comment. And then actually Europeans tend not to be white. There are white people, the Circassian people, slightly east of the Caucasus, they have very, very white skins, but most Europeans don't have white skins like that. But now you see, it's a category identification. My cup, that's also a category identification. My cup is the concept of my cup. The superiority of white-skinned people is a category. It's a concept. It's a racist concept structure. But people believe these things, and they attack other people on the basis of it, and they tell lies to cover the crimes that they've done because they believe, but it is true. It is true. We are better than them. So you can see how ethics and the distribution of the resources in the world on a very relative truth level is deeply implicated or is deeply consequent upon the belief in the truth of categories. Categories tell the truth about phenomena. So from a Buddhist point of view, this is delusion. This is completely not true. Phenomena show themselves. There are two words which are often used, two Tibetan words that are often translated as phenomena. One is che, dharma, all dharmas, meaning all kind of appearances, whether it's cars or horses or human beings or fish. These che we take to be things you can see. They are entities, entity phenomena. But all dharmas are in the dharma dhatu. The dhatu means here like a space. It means actually the emptiness of dharma. So each dharma, each thing you see is embedded in the dharma dhatu, which is the empty space of phenomena as they show themselves. Another word for used for phenomena is nangwa, which means light. So when we say an appearance, I now look out the window, I see a blue car. I'm looking at a blue car. That doesn't seem a strange sentence. That's very understandable. But what is actually happening is that light is streaming into my eye, and my conceptual apparatus is generating the idea of a blue car. What is actually out there, I don't know, because I only have access to it through my particular embodiment. And that's how it arises for me. It won't be a blue car for a dog or a bird. There are many birds living in the street, but they don't see a blue car. I see a blue car, except I don't. I think a blue car. What I see, if I just relax my mental activity, I see light. What is the light coming from? It's just the flow of light. It's the light of emptiness. No, but it must be coming from somewhere. Oh, it's light bouncing off the car. That's a European or scientific explanation. But actually, what I see is the light revealed through my eye. I see light. I conceptualize what I see. I think car, I see light. Now, because I'm addicted to thinking, I always see cars and dogs and people and rubbish on the street and so on, because I am thinking my existence. This is called samsara, thought after thought after thought. Now, this is very practical to see this, because it can explain to us why we disagree with people. After all, if we all clearly saw phenomena as they were, we wouldn't need to discuss things and we wouldn't have disagreements, because it would be obvious that we're seeing the same thing, because it's there. You've got eyes, I've got eyes, we see it, okay? Job done, we see the same thing. But this is not how it is, because we interpret what we see. And the interpretation is our conclusion about what is there. So it's not as if I say, I see blue light, and today I think I'll call that a car. That's not how we experience it. We experience the givenness, the immediacy, the facticity. It's a car. That's a concept. That's a concept. Again, we spiral around the same statement from the Buddha. The mind is chief. The mind is the master of everything. The mind is the central point. You have to understand how is your mind. So in this way, we see in the general Mahayana teaching, they talk about 8 consciousnesses. Each of our sense organs has its own consciousness, and these are like receptors of whatever is coming into the sense. And these 5 then feed into our mental consciousness. This is the manas, or the yidki nampashepa, the mental interpretation and patterning and deciphering of the importance of what we see. So we think, our thinking formulates the object that we are sure that we are seeing. So we think it's a direct communication. What is there is being revealed to me, but it's being constructed by my own mental apparatus. And then we have 2 other consciousnesses. We have the consciousness which brings the flavor of the 5 poisons and massages them in. So immediately on seeing the car, I like it or I don't like it, or I'm envious. Oh, I wish I had a car like that. So this is arising almost instantaneously. As soon as there is the formation of the sense of the object, there is a feeling tone, which gives a quality which is my orientation, but it again massages that into the seeming sense of the object out there. I think, God, what an ugly car. Who would be stupid enough to buy a car like that? Huh. Crazy people. And I bet it cost a lot of money. So the mind is running with all kind of opinions, and it seems to be the truth about the car. And then the eighth consciousness is called the consciousness of the ground of all, the alaya vijnana. This ground of all here is not the liberating source of everything, which we're going to look at after the break. This is the ground of all as a kind of this is like if you imagine an old-fashioned huge factory and you've got a storeroom, and the people in charge of the store, they know where all the spanners are and all the screwdrivers are and the pieces of wood and all that's required for doing whatever they do in the factory. So that's what this ground of all consciousness is like. It's like a repository of potential ingredients for the construction of phenomena as entities. So you can call upon whatever you've learned in your life to give you that immediate sense. And if you're born as a human being, this basic structuring, it is the presence of dualism or duality or the delusion of the true separation of subject and object, this is where it's grounded. These eight consciousnesses are said to be like the 8 petals of a lotus, which are in the heart chakra. And this is the center of the mind in the body, except this is the mind as delusion, where it's starting from reification, from seeing really existing phenomena with truly inherent qualities. So I think this is a rather ugly car that cost a lot of money. That's nothing to do with the car. The people who bought it probably are very happy with it. But I think, oh, that's an ugly car. For me, the ugliness of the car is inherent in the car. Now, I don't think these people set out to buy an ugly car. No, they bought the car they wanted. So they don't conceptualize what's there in the way I do. And this is how we can understand karma, that my experiences in this life and previous lives come together as the manifesting of interpretive schemas which bring me into a particular relationship with the environment. And that is the same for everyone. So when you go into the supermarket, there's so many things that are on the shelf you never buy. They're not for you. The people stocking the supermarket only buy things they can sell. They're business people. So everything in that supermarket will be sold because they want to make money. But it won't be sold to me because I have no connection with so many of the things that are there. I don't eat these things. That's not for me. But someone else does. So there we see, moment by moment, the impact of these karmic organizations arising from the past, manifesting into what I see and what I choose, what I carry home, what I cook, and so on. I am participating in a world which I have already filtered and tilted according to my own organization. We're not all living in the same world. Mind is chief. The mind comes first. And it's the delusion of objectivity that makes us crazy. This is why I think Buddhism and science are never going to agree. I don't think they're compatible at all, because Buddhism is saying we have no access to the objective world, even if there was such a thing, because the world is revealed through how you view it. If you look through an electron microscope, you see very different things than looking through your eyes, or you look through a telescope. These are methods of bringing more or less revelation of the potential of the situation. And our conceptual apparatus is a major selector of significance in phenomena and interpreter of that significance. So the key point here, just before we take a break, is to see, oh, I am an active participant in the unfolding of my experience of the world. It's not a dead world out there, but everything I experience is dynamic revelation cooked by me. If what's coming into my eyes is light, and rays of light are uncatchable, they're just given to us like an endless stream of revelation, but I am regarding the world as full of things, then this disconnect between the immediacy of what is here and the clumping heaviness of my conceptualization creates a veil. This is an obscuration of the one we looked at earlier, the obscuration of knowledge, Shichawe Drupa. Chawa means the object there, the thing which is known. So by knowing that it's an ugly blue car, I don't see what's there. Because what I can see is light. That's all my eyes can see. But I see a blue car. So I would invite you, we're going to take a break now for 15 minutes. In this break, you can look around at what you see, go and make a cup of tea or whatever, and just, oh, I am thinking what I see. I am thinking what I see. Huh, how strange. So if I was to clarify my process of thinking and interpretation, perhaps I would see clearly. At least I would see, rather than just imagine. So hopefully you can apply what we were looking at before in your everyday life. So when the culture opens up again and you meet some friends and you might go out and they say, oh, shall we go and eat in the Italian? You might think, I don't want to eat Italian tonight. And it's in moments like that, very simple moments, that you can see how you constellate, how you come into shape and experience due to factors you quite often don't understand. It's just you're not in the mood for it, but someone else is. And this is very, very important, because what's happening is that you are in the presence of the creation of the moment. You're not describing a something, but you're creating a pattern. And the pattern seems to be the truth. So we'll be looking at this a lot. And in Dzogchen, the intrinsic is the open ground of everything which is ceaselessly displaying. So the more that you see that you're not in a world of things which in their diversity and their seeming intrinsic existence seem to keep you in your shape as an intelligent, educated person who knows quite a lot about quite a lot of things. That is to say, the aspects of yourself in their difference and diversity are a parallel discourse to the diversity of the phenomena in the world. And when you start to see that actually there are no phenomena except light, and their differentiation arises due to the interpretation which comes from my mind, and the diversity of my opinions and feelings and memories is also the movement of my mind. So we start to get the sense of the empty mind and the empty world, or put it in sweeter language, the potential of the mind and the potential of the world, called into play by this music, this lyrical unfolding of the patterns of interpretation. These interpretations are not interpretations about something. There is no something. These are interpretations as the unfolding of the potential of the mind. So we're going to look at this a little bit more now. But the key point, and this is again, it's not something to believe, it's not a dogma. It does you very little good to believe in Buddhism unless that belief helps you to practice it. Because it's about liberating your mind from confusion. There is no referent. The referent is what you refer to when you speak. Now, this sounds strange. Oh, here's a pen in my hand. So I'm talking about the pen. I'm looking at the pen. The pen is my referent. There's something there in one mode of interpretation. What is there is coming into existence through my thinking and talking about it. The existence of the pen is co-emergent with my thought about the pen. There is no pen before my thought, or if there is, I have no access to it. It is revealed to me through my participation. And this is very important when we start to look later at what's called the Nirmanakaya, or the Trupiku, the way the Buddha comes into the world, how the Buddha participates in the world, because the world unfolds according to his participation. There is no objective world, but there is a revelatory world. So the only showing is the showing of emptiness. Emptiness shows infinite illusory formations, and so it's shifting all the time. When we interpret and we predict and identify something as if it seemed to be there, then we are in a mental sphere. Now, this might sound like nonsense because you think, hang on a minute, if I go out of my house, how would I ever get home if I'm just imagining it? Because my mind might have changed while I was out for a walk. How would I come back to my own home? But your own home is an idea in your mind. Because when you were going out of the door, what you saw was the door opening out, and you turn around and maybe you lock the door and you go down the steps or whatever, and then you walk, and you come back up the steps, open the key, door opens, and you go in. Are you in the same place? If we were in Japan, that could be your koan for the next 10 years. Where are you? I'm in my flat. What is your flat? How do you know? Because I recognize things. When you recognize them, does the thing do the recognizing, or does your mind do the recognizing? Oh, my mind does the recognizing. Oh, so your mind is creating the flat by the way you recognize things. So you have to keep looking in this way. It's actually quite enjoyable. Because what it's doing is it's taking you out of the cemetery of existence. You know, often they describe samsara like a swamp. But in many ways, it's more like a cemetery because it's full of dead things, stuff that's just there. When we start to do the meditation practice, we're living in a world of revelation of the lively vitality of the unfolding of each moment. So what is the referent? What is being referred to is always the display of the bright creativity of the mind. The world is ceaseless creation. So, there are many different texts explaining the nature of the basis or the ground or the source. What we've been looking at so far is the kind of deconstructive view. We've been, in a sense, starting with the assumption that there is stuff, and then we're slowly thinning the stuff so that it becomes finer, a bit like applying turpentine to an oil paint so that it thins and thins and thins. We thin out the phenomena of the world until we start to see that actually they are more mind than stuff. And eventually we start to see it's all mind. There are many different ways of describing this. So one way that it's described by Samantabhadra, the foundational Buddha, not the Bodhisattva Samantabhadra, but the Adi Buddha or original Buddha, is when he says that there is the same ground for everything. It's in the text, it says one ground, but the lineage says we shouldn't say one because that sets up a polarity of one and many, and that's not a good place to go. It sets up a conceptual configuration because it's not one thing, it's not a thing, but it's the same ground for everything. But in the manner of a magical illusion, something created by a magician, like a hallucination, there arise two paths and two results. The two paths are the path of awareness and the path of unawareness, or Rigpa and Marigpa. And the result of one is, of the path of awareness is bright illumination, and the other is the dullness of wandering in samsara. Awareness sees the ground source. Ignorance ignores what is there and imagines something which is not there. It's very important to see that ignorance isn't a kind of non-activity, as if being aware was something that you do and ignoring is just a kind of, oh, I don't know. It's not like that at all. In fact, awareness is not an activity. Awareness is the bright clarity of simply showing how it is. And Marigpa, ignoring, is much more active because it involves imagining. You imagine that something is what it is not. So if we go back to the example of the mirage, you see water. You're sure you see water, but there is no water. There was an interpretation. The water is a mental construction. Oh, it's just a mirage. But if you're very stubborn and you're committed to the idea that it is water, and you are a powerful person, if somebody disagrees and says it's not water, it's a mirage, you take out your gun and you shoot them. That's what Mr. Trump would have liked to do in America. That's what many dictators across the world do. They shoot the people who disagree with them, or send them to the gulag or the concentration camp, or lock them up on false charges, because they have to be right. So when you see the dull stupidity of the dictator, this is exactly the dull stupidity of your mind. We all have that, the inner dictator. But Samantabhadra points out 5 qualities of the ground, which some of you are very familiar. The first is uncompounded. This is a very important term in Buddhism. We translate it as uncompounded. It is Du, which means to gather together, ma, which is a negative, and che means to do. So not gathered together, not created, not composite, not made. This is the ground. In another language, you could say intrinsic. It's just there by itself. Everything else that we see is compounded. So before the break, I was pointing out how the car outside the window looks to me to be just there, but in fact is an interpretation that I am putting on the potential, which is interpreted differently by different people. So the car is a compound, not just a material compound of the ingredients in the factory where they made the car, but it is compounded by the potential of what's coming in through my eyes and the arising of my interpretive potential in this moment, because I will interpret it in different ways at different times, but how it constellates for me is emergent and dynamic. That is compounding. It doesn't mean making something with cement. It means formulating patterns which you then believe are the patterns of something. The stupidity lies in the reification, the false essentializing of a pattern. If you go to the cinema, in the old days it was easier because when I went to the cinema as a child, people were smoking cigarettes, and the smoke from the cigarette would go up in the air, and the beam from the projector at the back of the hall would illuminate the smoke. So you could actually see the beams of light coming through. The light is going onto the screen. But when you look at the screen, you don't see, you don't think, oh, I'm looking at light. You're immediately seeing characters. You're pulled into the narrative. Oh, these people are talking together. I like that person. I don't like that person. This is the hero. This is the villain, whatever it would be. It is light, but you see something there. There is absolutely nothing there. There's only patterns. The meaning of the cinema is in your mind. When you read a novel, you read the novel as it unfolds for you. You cannot read the same novel as someone else because the novel is revealed to you through you, and it's going to be revealed differently through someone else. That's why if you study literary criticism, you can really see people have very, very different interpretations of a play or a poem. And of course, there's no right interpretation. There might be some weird or even wrong interpretation, but there's no fixed right interpretation. So this is the meaning of dumache, uncompounded. It means it is what it is. Nobody has made it. It's just this. The second term is somewhat similar. It's self-arising or naturally arising, or even intrinsically arisen. It's called rangjung. Rang means self, and jungwa means to arise or to come out, to show. It's not self-arisen, it's not doing itself, like a child that can start to eat its own food with a spoon. Look, mummy, I'm eating by myself. There is a self doing something, but here the self means more like automatic or intrinsic or spontaneous or immediate. It's just this. Here it is. So the ground is, again, it's emphasizing there is nothing before, it's not made by a god, It's not made by circumstances. It's not generated by karma. It is Hlongyang. It is infinite. Hlong can mean deep and yang means wide. So it's kind of vast in every direction. In ordinary language, we would say it's infinite. There is no boundary or edge or limitation to the ground. It is inexpressible. That's the fourth quality. You can't, I mean, I'm giving you all these words, blah, blah, blah. But in a sense, it is inexpressible. It would be like on a beautiful summer's day, if you went out and you had a clear blue sky, maybe you're having a nice holiday by the Mediterranean, and you look out into the sky and it's just going on and on and on, and your eyes relaxing into this infinite blue. And somebody says, oh, what do you see? You can't say. I mean, you're seeing, you're there, you are present, and the sky is presenting itself to you, through you, but you can't say anything. So when it's inexpressible, it doesn't mean that there's nothing there. Or the general Tibetan example for this is if somebody doesn't know the meaning of the term sweet, you can talk about sweet for hours and hours, but they won't get it. Then you take some honey and you put it on their tongue. Ah, so that is sweet. And then you ask them to explain it and they can't. You cannot explain what is sweetness, because it is an experience. And that's the same like the sky, it's the same like the ground. It doesn't mean you can't open yourself to it and have that direct experience, but it's not revealed as an object to you. The ground is not an object of thought. It's not something you can think about and know conceptually, because concepts don't reach it. It is always free of concepts. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. But what it does mean is that if you recognize that you are addicted to concepts and you use concepts as the truth of the validity of phenomena, then your own intelligence will make you stupid, because you are applying the wrong methodology. This, you know, if you have, in many European countries, you have identity cards, which you can use to travel around in Europe. That's great. You can freely move with your identity card. It gives you that freedom. But if you got on a plane and you went, I don't know, to South America or some African country, when you arrive at the border, they say passport. You say, oh, look, here's my European card. They say, I don't want that. I want your passport. So the identity card is useful. It gives you freedom to move in a certain arena, but in other arenas, you don't get there. This is the same with the ground. Concepts are very useful inside the arena of concepts. They're very powerful. You get a job, you make money, and so on, using concepts. But they will not bring you to the direct experience of your mind. It doesn't mean that concepts are bad or useless or stupid. They just don't do that. You need to have a passport to go there. And the passport is awareness. Awareness is aware of the ground because it is non-conceptual. So then the fifth quality is that it's free of even the name of samsara or nirvana. Means whatever mental category you would like to apply, it's not going to fit. A category is like it's like a suitcase. You know, you're packing to go on holiday. How much stuff can you get in this suitcase? So the category of samsara, quite a lot fits in there, quite a lot fits into nirvana, but the ground doesn't fit in these categories. It is beyond conceptualization, beyond incorporation into the field of the known. it is the dissolving of the knower and the known. The ground is free of subject and object. So the subject, the ego subject, cannot know the ground, but awareness illuminates the ground. That might seem like a funny technical distinction, but the more you do the practice, the more you see how profound it is. So, when we look around our world, we see everything is compounded, everything is put together. If you live in a town, there's always roadworks and new developments, and now they're laying some channel for new fast broadband and this and that. Cities are full of changes going on all the time because people are modifying and improving, and things become out of date and so on. The ground never changes. It's often referred to as Vajra. Vajra means indestructible. And Vajra also refers to emptiness. Emptiness cannot be destroyed because it's not anything to be destroyed. But again, it's the middle way between the two extremes, the extreme of nihilism that would say, oh, it's nothing at all, it's just nothing. And the other extreme would say, oh, no, there is something definite you can hang on to. Now, we are mainly caught up in eternalism, in believing there are enduring entities, including our own ego self. When you start to loosen that up and realize, oh, I am a process of unfolding, which is empty. The emptiness is not empty because it's unfolding. The mind is unborn and unceasing. It's unborn means you can't find anything. There is no essence to collect. It has never come. To be born, the baby comes out of the mother, becomes a separate existence, but there is nothing there. And yet it is unceasing. Our experience is continuous, morning to night, and at night in dream time, something is occurring, sometimes sensation, feeling, memory, so many things moving around, patterns of experience, and they're always changing. And if you try to grasp them, they're already gone. They're already gone. We've all been small children. We've been going to school. We've left school, maybe more education, maybe getting a job, maybe having babies. All kinds of things have occurred in people's lives, and they vanish in time. You have a baby, and then it's a child, and then it's leaving home. It's just going on and on. We are process, not entities. So again and again, we have to come back to that. That's why impermanence is such an important thing to look at. When you remember, if you can, maybe your mother's face when you were young, and then you remember her face as she's getting older, or you see a photograph of yourself as a child. I was once like that. I am not like that. That was me, and now this is me. So how could that have been me if this is me? How much of that me is still present in this me? So much is washed away. Impermanent. I am not a construct, but I am a site of patterning. I'm like a movie screen in which new images are flashing up all the time. I'm a continuous revelation of the ungraspable. So two things are important there. A continuous revelation, that is the continuity of myself, and yet it's a continuous revelation of the ungraspable. There's no self. So this is a very powerful paradox. I have always been me. I'm sure each of us here today can say that about ourselves. As far as you remember, I've always been me. This is me. Come on, this is me. This is how I am. And yet, what that refers to has changed so many times. And if we live, we'll change more and more and more. So when I say that the referent, what is referred to is emptiness, we put it in another language, we say there is no referent. So what is being referred to? It is a construction or a pattern arising in the moment. So in the language of Dzogchen, it says it's self-arising and self-liberating. Each moment, self-arising and self-liberating. And this is hidden from us because we grasp at a continuity. So again, the middle way is, it's not that I am discontinuous. In certain early Buddhist analysis, they said that we are like this very quick flicking, 60 times a second flicking of doot, 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 a kind of strobe show of the self. But it's not really like that. The more you look at your mind, you see it's like a wave rising in the ocean. If the waves are not too high, they're just, without breaking, they just roll one over the other, this ceaseless unfolding, but nothing is established. And this is our life. But we want something. And the grasping at something as something is what drives us crazy, because there's nothing to grasp. Ungraspable. Now, we live in a consumerist capitalist society where everything is commodified. This is a very, very, very strange environment where you can buy anything. When there were a lot of American tourists coming to Scotland, they could buy a tin can full of Scottish air, and it would have a very nice tartan wrapper on it. You can sell anything as long as you package it in the right way. It is a something. So we know that because the something is not in the object. The value of the object is my belief in it. My belief in it. And in Tibetans have many stories of this, like the famous one of the dog's tooth, which I just say again very briefly because it's such a wonderful story about a man who every year went to India to do trade, and he would bring his mum back some presents. And one year she said to him, "Listen, son, I'm getting old. I don't need like jewelry and things like that. What can I do with it? I'm going to die. I need a relic of the Buddha to help me go to a good birth next time." So he said, "Okay, Mom, I'll find one for you." In the first year, he forgot altogether, and his mom was very disappointed. Second year, he remembered, but too late. He was already almost home. In the third year, he suddenly remembers, "Oh God, I forgot. Oh shit." So he's in a bad mood. He's stomping around and kicking, and he kicks a dog's head. And out of the head of this dead dog, the skull, comes a tooth. So he thinks, "Oh, okay, maybe that'll do." He wraps the tooth in a kata, these ceremonial offering scarves, and he brings it down the hill towards the village, and he tells the kids in the village to run ahead and get the monk from the monastery to blow his big horn because he's bringing a relic of the Buddha. Mum's very, very happy. "Look at this wonderful thing. Oh, my son, you're gorgeous. I love you so much. You're so kind to your old mother." "Don't worry, Mum. I love you too." He gives her this precious relic. And he puts it on, she puts it on her altar, and she's cleaning the butter lamps extra hard, and she's quite happy. But then the next year he's going to India, and this time he promises, oh, I'm going to get a real relic. I must get a real relic, because that was a terrible thing I did to my mum. And he spends, when he's not trading, he's spending all his time traveling across North India, asking people, do you have a relic of the Buddha? I've got money, I can pay you for it. Everybody says, no, we don't have that. When the Buddha died, they took his relics and divided them, and they put them in 8 different stupas across North India. You won't find any relics. So he goes home, and he's feeling really, really sad. He's saying, I've got to be honest. I'm going to tell my mom I lied to her. Oh, she's going to be so disappointed. Lying is the one thing she can't bear. And he comes over the hill into the valley, and he sees in the distance big rainbows in the sky. Many, many people are there. And he goes down and says, what's the matter? What's going on? He says, oh, it's a miracle. Pushes through the crowd. He gets to his mother's house. And there on the altar is this tooth giving off rays of light, because mom believed in it. Belief is what gives life to everything. So this is so special. This is a very profound story, because belief is also the origin of samsara. You believe that things are truly real. She was believing that this was a relic of the Buddha, and that had power to transform it. You believe that this is a blue car out in the road, and it's a blue car. You believe that this is a very lovely person, and they're your friend. You believe this is a horrible person, and they're your enemy. This is your belief. When you believe that this is a horrible person, the fact that this horrible person has friends is simply a sign there are a lot of stupid people in the world. They must be stupid to think that's a nice person. So you are stupid in thinking this is your enemy, and then you're doubly stupid by imagining that the friends of your enemy are stupid in making friends with someone as bad as your enemy. Instead of thinking, oh, if my enemy has friends, maybe they're not so bad. Maybe some people see something good in them. No, who wants to think that? No, they're shit. They're rubbish. And they're all stupid. And I know. So this is the power of belief. You can use it as a spiritual belief. I pray to Padmasambhava. You pray with intense faith. You start to tremble. You have a transformation. Everything becomes full of light. You get the blessing of the Guru. Or you believe that all that I see is a real object. Because the world is full of real objects, getting good objects is good. Getting bad objects is bad. I'm going to make a lot of money, and then I'm going to do good things. So I'm going to set up a company, and I'm not going to pay my workers well. And then when I become a multimillionaire, I'll devote my money for charitable purposes and travel in the world and be very famous as a very kind, good person. And I will develop charities which also make money for me, which many billionaires do nowadays. So what do they want? They want money and power and status. And then they're going to die. And where are they going to go? So belief is very, very important. Belief is the power of ignorance, because belief allows us to project the illusion of inherent existence into phenomena. You go to the movies, you believe in the film. You take children and you show them a cartoon. This is Donald Duck. And they look, oh, now they know how to say Donald Duck. This is not Donald Duck. This is colors, patterns on a page. You teach them to read, and they get the letters, and then they start to put the letters together. You can say, oh, yes, this is a bus. And then in the book, they have a little picture of a red bus, and they have the word underneath for bus. And now the child says bus. And you say, very good. Horse. Yes, that's a horse. That's not a horse. That's a picture. So the parents, in their love for the child, make the child stupid by believing that a picture of a horse is a horse. And this is very important because the child now believes that the concept of horse is the real horse. Whether you see it in a book or out in a field, doesn't matter. A horse is a horse, and a horse is an idea, and the idea is in my head, and I can say horse, and I know what a horse is, and now they're really empowered. And this has happened with all the things that you know, the difference between a banana and an orange and a tangerine, endlessly dividing the world up on the basis of concepts and believing that the concept refers to something existing in truth. That's why the story of the dog's tooth is very important. Belief can be liberating according to Tantra, because remember, Tantra is skillful means. Tantra is like alchemy. Tantra takes the methods for producing poison and turns them into liberating elixir. In Tibetan, it's called dutsi. Dut means demon, and tsi means essence, the juice of a demon. If you squeeze a demon, the juice comes out. What is this juice? Emptiness. Everything is basically empty. There's no real demons and gods. Everything is forms of emptiness. So if you see the essential emptiness of phenomena, then you realize, that's why I can believe that something is real. So in this text that I've been doing a bit of a commentary on by this Lama Chetsamba, he says, you should follow your guru with full faith. If the guru says a cow is a donkey, it's a donkey. If he says a dog is a cat, it's a cat. For most of us, we are not that willing to sacrifice our education. We're not quite willing to be that stupid. But of course, if you can be that stupid, then you become wise, because we're hanging on to our belief that our categories tell the truth about phenomena. It's just a game. Because if my categories were true, then people in Germany would talk of cats and dogs. But they don't. German, they don't say it. They say some another thing. Spain, they say some another thing. Italy, you say some another thing. Different languages use them. So the correspondence between the word dog and the actual creature that is a dog, which the child learns, is false. Dog is the word that we use to describe that. But mummy, what is that? It's a dog. But you said it was just a word we used to describe that. Yes, but what is that? It's a dog. You go round and round in that solipsism, round and round and round till you fall dizzy. What is it? It's a dog. Okay, end of story, thank God. Now we know it's a dog. In England, not in Germany. How could it be a dog? Dog is a word. It's not a dog. What is it? Can't say. If you get the point of this, you see, oh, what am I doing with concepts? What am I doing with concepts? I am covering over the bright immediacy of the revelation of the potential by grasping at it as if this is a real dog. How is the dog? Is it hungry? Has it got worms? Will it bite me? Is it in heat? Depends. But when you have a definite correlation between the word and the object, it doesn't depend on anything, because you have fabricated a truth. It is true. That is a car. It is undeniable. That is a car. Only in English. You don't call it a car in Yiddish. So if you look, you will see how our own mental operations, if we are not careful, can cover the whole world. Instead of being illuminating, they become an obscuration. Now, as it says in the Dzogchen text, you don't have to change anything. You can continue speaking and using language the one thing is to realize there is no referent. There is no actual self-existing thing out there that I am talking about. Rather, when we use language, it's like an evocation. We are calling into being. Like we have these prayers, calling the Lama from afar. We say, think about me, come see me. We say blue car, and blue car arises. The blue car is born in our mind. It is the creativity of the mind. So you can use language, you can converse with children, you go to the shops, buy the milk and whatever you want. And it happens always in the moment. You ask for milk, they give you milk. It's just like that. And you put the milk in your bag. You're not walking down the street saying milk, milk, milk. Milk is gone. You put the milk in the fridge when you get home. It's in the moment, in the moment. The revelation of life is in the moment. There are no things, but there are infinite varieties of the potential of the ground. So this is it's a little bit difficult when we're looking for something solid. You know, that's why I say it's like the thin air on the top of the mountain. And in the Dzogchen text, they describe how, with ignorance, which we'll look at in some detail tomorrow, there is a thickening. There is a thickening. So you can observe for yourself. Maybe, I don't know, if you made potato soup or something, you can make a thin bouillon and then gradually crush in the potato and see how it thickens. Or even if you make some tea and then add milk, and the color makes it much more opaque. Before, where you had the clear tea, you could see the bottom of the cup. When you add the milk, it becomes opaque, and it seems to give it a thickness. And then it's impenetrable. So you can observe that for yourself, because, you know, one of the terms we see a lot in these Dharma texts is clear light, or ursel, or luminosity, which means an immediate clarity, an unobstructed presence of light. So on a summer's day, maybe if you're in the house, you suddenly see a beam of sunlight coming into the room, and you see all the little bits of dust floating around in it. The light flows. When the white light meets the object, the potential of the light is revealed in terms of the absorbency of the surfaces, and it shows itself as yellow, red, and so on. These colors are the potential of the light, because the various wave bands of the light vibrate with the potential of the color. Now, this is dynamic. This is dynamic. If the light is not shining, you wouldn't be, if it was the room was completely dark, you wouldn't be able to see whether it was red or black or yellow. But when the light comes on, then you have this revelation. So clear light is the ungraspability, which then shows itself as the patterning of colored light. So when I look outside and I see the blue car, I see blue in a pattern where there are all kinds of shades with the blue, depending on the shine of the surface of the bonnet, the angle of the light, and so on. This is the display of the potential revealed from clear light. Clear light is the mother, and the 5-colored light, according to the Tibetan tradition, this is like the child, or the energy, or the potential coming out from the light. it is hidden from us when we fixate not on direct perception, but on conceptual interpretation, on imagining, because that's where the solidity is. So the imagining adds a density which is not actually present in the moment of perception. Which is why in Dzogchen we usually meditate with our eyes open, because we're wanting to work with the flow of light. Because light shows the immediacy of circumstances. Light is ungraspable. Light and emptiness, and also sound and emptiness. Sometimes when we're in Kamalashila and the church bells start, it's very, very helpful for the practice, because you just hear this doing, doing, and it's there. What is it? Now, you got an idea, oh, it's the church bell. But if you let that idea relax from your mind, it's beyond imagining. It's just this incredibly strange reverberation. This is sound itself. And then you catch it. Oh, it's the bells. But if you can hear it before you catch it, then you can see the relation between the raw and the cooked. The raw sound is just this ungraspable, unimaginable, it's a church bell, and you cook it. And now you can add your associations and your identifications and your liking and disliking, because you've got something to hang your opinion onto. Why are they allowed to ring these bells? It's outrageous. I'm so happy they still ring church bells. It's such a nice sound. People have different opinions. What is it? It is the first, the raw. So as we'll start to see tomorrow, there are these terms which are used for the mind itself, like fresh, naked, raw. And they're all referring precisely to that, the world before you cook it, the world before you imagine it. Like in the Zen way, they say, you have to see the face you had before you were born. When you're born as someone, you get a name, you get an identity through your family, but your face or your presence before you were born, before you became cooked, before you became incorporated into an interpretive structure, what is it? You're just here. So when we do PET or do Guru Yoga of the White R and we relax and open, we try not to be in the kitchen. We don't want to have ingredients. We don't want to have pots and pans. We don't want to do any cooking. We're just raw. Just raw, just this. And then, of course, when thoughts and feelings arise, nothing to do with them. Cooking involves getting the gas lit and putting it in the pan and add some oil and stirring. And there's a lot of activity when you're conceptually elaborating. But if it's just this, and then it's gone, and then gone, and then gone. It's not that it's wrong to cook, but there's a time for cooking. And if you never eat something raw, you won't know what it is. Only a few years ago, for the first time in my life, I ate some raw turnip. Growing up in Scotland, when I was a child, we ate a lot of turnip. It was a very, very common vegetable, but it was always cooked, usually mashed with some butter and pepper and so on. And somebody says, oh, why don't you try some of this? Oh, would you eat it? Why would you eat it? But yeah, you can eat it. I think, can I eat it? I don't know. And then you try, oh, it's like this. And it's not the same as when it's cooked. And you see, oh, cooking changes things. So in the text, you see these terms like mache, means unadulterated, uncontrived, unartificial. That's what it means. But wisdom is uncontrived. Compassion involves a lot of cooking. Because if you're going to speak to people, and especially if they're in trouble or difficulty, you cook your words to their capacity. If you're talking to a child or a sick old person who's about to die, or to someone having in the middle of a marital dispute, according to their situation and their degree of emotion and so on, how you respond to them with your facial expression, the way you're breathing, the kind of vocabulary you use, this is going to change, because what you want is contact with this person as they are now. So that's cooking. Compassion is cooking, wisdom is raw. Both are valid. But it's not compassionate to yourself to only eat cooked food. Compassion for yourself would be some raw food to keep you fresh. Okay, so maybe we do a little bit more sitting. The easy way just to, what we're really wanting to do when we sit is clearly from what we've looked at, we don't want to construct something. We don't want to make something happen. If you're doing tantric practice, you have to visualize certain things. You have to keep the stream of the mantra running and so on. Or if you're doing vipassana and you're monitoring your breath, you're doing something. And then you're scanning up and down through your body. These are all dualistic forms of meditation, because a subject is doing something as an object. In Tantra, you use duality to dissolve duality, so you merge with the deity in the middle of the practice. So that's slightly different, but most of the practice is dualistic. In Dzogchen, we don't want to enter into that structure. So the easiest way is we just sit where the spine is holding our weight, the body is very relaxed, the belly is relaxed. And we rest our gaze in the space in front of us, about 2 arms distance. If you're in a room and it's got a lot of stuff in it, the way mine has, you want to let your gaze rest in the space and not focus on what's on the far wall. That's a little bit difficult at first, because as we were just looking, we are so used to grasping and apprehending things and holding on to them. When that happens, just relax again into the out breath, and you can keep extending the out breath until you feel a bit more spacious, and the stuff is there, but it's not the object of your meditation. In Tibetan, they have a word, mikpa, which means to take as an object. And this is important because it means what you see is not inherently an object. When you take something as an object, this is an activity of your mind. So you can be, as I am, I live here in this room, is full of papers and bundles and so on, all sorts of stuff. So I'm looking at a vista, a series of mental events which seem to be complicated, but actually there's nothing there. The busyness is in how I would interpret it. So I have to release myself from the mental activity, the subtle mental activity of imagining there is something there. This is the heart of the practice. As long as you believe, oh, but there is stuff there. Come on, that's stupid. There is definitely, I'm looking at a bunch of books and papers, and a lot of it mean there's work that I have to do, and oh God, it's all a bit, it's out there and it's coming at me. This is a false conceptualization. You've started with the assumption that your thoughts are telling you the truth about the situation. You've merged with your thought and you're living in a conceptual world. That's why we relax in the out breath, breathe out your involvement, your attachment. It's just this. And if you don't think about what this is, it's just this, and it becomes thinner and lighter and more spacious. Okay, so we'll do that for about 10 minutes or so. Okay. So that's a very simple practice that you can do. And as you get more used to how your mind is, if you find yourself getting fixated as an observer, if you find that you seem to be positioned apart from what is going on, then again, you simply relax into long, deep out breaths, as many as you need, just relaxing and releasing until the flow is moving through space. And if you find yourself getting wrapped into what's going on and caught up in commentary and being busy in it, again, the same. Relax and release into the out breath and allow the movement in the space. And we'll be looking at this in much more detail tomorrow. Oh, pleasure to be here with you. Firstly, I'd like to say thank you to Kamalashila for inviting me to do this and for hosting it, and in particular to Brigitte for organizing it. For Dharma to continue, many people's invisible work is necessary. And living in Dharma centers is not always easy, and many problems arise which are not known to people who just pop in for a visit. So we should be grateful that that work continues and there's maintenance. And so if you can offer some dana to Kamalashila, because if we lose the Dharma centers, many of the points of continuity of Dharma vanish. And that would be very sad in our little world. So yesterday we looked a little bit at emptiness. And the key point, I hope, was clear to you that when we talk about anything, when we look at anything, the referent, what we are referring to, what we are focusing on is the presence of emptiness. Emptiness is showing itself as birds, as trees, as the sun and the moon, as your thoughts, your memories. All of this is the inconceivable, the beyond understanding display of nothing. The ungraspable shows itself as ungraspable forms. When we grasp, what we grasp at is our ideas about things. The content of the mind, that is to say, the arising of the subjective thought, grasps at the arising of the mind, which is to say, the objective thought. And these two move and play around, and this is what weaves our world. So, in the text, it often says, if you see one point, it frees all. And this refers to different levels of illumination. And the first level is, if you see that everything is emptiness, that's what it is. Then you see that you are playing. Life is not so serious. Sometimes we're happy, sometimes we're sad, sometimes our work goes well, we have some success, sometimes we have many obstacles and difficulties and blockages. All of this is the play of emptiness. Also, the one who we take ourselves to be, the doer, the maker, the thinker, is also the play of emptiness. So firstly, we learn about emptiness by looking outside at phenomena. Then we have to see emptiness as the actual nature of our mind itself. These two emptinesses have never been separated. Is one tigli, one ball, one sphere of emptiness without any division. This is why it's called Dzogpa Chempo. Dzogpa Chempo means the great whole. Sometimes it's translated as the great completion or the great perfection, but that's not a great translation, because it would indicate it's the outcome of a process. It would make it something compounded. But from the very beginning, everything has been inseparable from emptiness. Everything is the play of emptiness, as we will come to see today. So when we when we take our ideas as referring to something existing out there, as something having inherent existence, this is our own delusion. This is the main thing that we struggle with in the practice, our grasping at phenomena as if they were real, and our grasping at concepts as if they were describing what is there. In fact, the concept is the elicitor or the evoker, the awakener, the bringing forth of the specific pattern of the moment. The pattern has no self-existence to it. It vanishes. We get angry with people, we get sad about our life. Due to causes and conditions, these feelings arise, they're there for a while, and then they vanish. In the moment that we merge into them, they seem very strong and real, seem to have a truth, a necessity to them, but then they're gone. So this is the vital point is to understand this. And yesterday we also touched on the nature of the ground or the foundation, which truly is another way of talking about emptiness. We looked at it in terms of these factors, particularly that it is uncompounded. It's not made by anyone. Because it's not made, it has no beginning. Having no beginning, it doesn't come to an end. It is not a thing. The ground or the basis or the foundation of how we are is ungraspable. We are the emergence of the energy of the ungraspable. So it's very important to study the ground, but you can study the ground through books, but the best way to study the ground is through your mind. So when we sit, usually for this kind of practice, we sit with our gaze open as we did yesterday. Your eyes are open. You're not looking out at what's there, they're just open. And when you're sitting, experience is arising. Look for the experiencer. Who is the one experiencing this? See if you can see your mind. This is another way of saying, is your mind a thing? We often take our mind to be a possession that we have. I have a mind, my mind. But what is this mind? Our embodiment takes our attention out through our senses onto the world. So it's very important to take a moment to just simply look. Where is this mind? What is this mind? Can you see your mind? So let's just sit quietly for a short time, relax in the out breath. You have a mind, otherwise you would have no experience. as experience arises, don't focus on the content of the mind, the flow of experience in the mind, but see if you can just simply look. How is this mind? What is this? What is this basis of me being here? Okay. Okay. So this is something you can do again and again, especially useful when you are upset about something or sad or depressed, and your attention seems to fuse into whatever is arising. Just gently try to see the one who is lost. See the one who is merging into confusion. When you find yourself looking outside, look at the looker. Just, we don't do it by turning, you can't turn your eyes inside, it's not about that. But you're aware of looking. This looking seems to be a process of from here to there. Who is the looker? Where is this looking coming from? Who is the one who is looking? This is how you get close to the ground. The ego, our sense of self, is a point of reference. And everything we encounter manifests and is interpreted by us in relation to the point of reference. But the mind itself, if you keep looking, you see there is nothing there. The mind is not a thing, and yet it functions by the showing of experience. So this is the heart of the teaching in the Prajnaparamita literature, in Tantra, in Dzogchen, Mahamudra. The mind is unborn, it's not a thing, and yet it ceaselessly is displaying experience. And part of that experience is the nexus of sensation, feeling, memory, and so on, which we take to be I, me, myself. So very, very important again and again to keep observing this. Often in our lives, we have difficulties and sufferings. We have a sense that something wrong with me. You know, this surely the quality I have in my existence can't be the limit of my potential. So then we might ask, well, what is it about me that is wrong? When you take up the question in that way, you can easily think of things you've done in the past that were not very good, or habits that you have of laziness or pride or whatever. You can come up with a whole repertoire of faults, but it's the wrong question. What is wrong with me is me. That is to say, me, the idea, the nexus, the turning point. This is the fault. It is the point of reference. When we talk about duality and the split between subject and object, it means object is the outer point of difference. It could be an internal thought as well. And there is the subject point. The subject point is, I am the experiencer of this. I am the doer of this. That is to say, there is an energy manifesting, a movement manifesting. This is undeniable. We can feel it all the time. We are cognizant. We have a kind of knowledge or appreciation of experience arising and the felt sense of this is happening to me. This me seems to be true because we believe in it. What is its reality? So this is what we're going to look at in more detail now. And this is why we need to have the teaching, because it's very difficult to find this just by yourself. This is why we have great respect for the Buddha and the lineage, because certainly if my teachers hadn't illuminated these things for me, I wouldn't know. I grew up in Scotland. I learned lots of things about physics and chemistry and playing rugby and so on, but nothing about the mind. Nobody ever talked about the mind. It was only when I was in India and I came in contact with Tibetan teachers that suddenly I had a whole new frame of reference for understanding things. This is why we need help to see ourselves. You might think, well, but I know who I am. I'm just me. I know me. Yes, we know our ego self, and that is the limit of our existence. That's why we wander in samsara, because we think that the knowledge or the appreciation of our individual ego identity is the limit of who we are. We are blind to the profound infinity, the profound actuality of our presence, instead of which we cleave on to this accumulation of memories, hopes, fears, out of which we have this ever-changing, tumbling movement that we call I, me, myself. So it is the belief that I am myself, which, as we looked yesterday, it seems illuminating. We meet someone, we like them, we say, tell me about yourself. We're fascinated by them. We listen to their story. They seem to be showing us something true and deep about themselves. We're being wound into a narrative which constructs the image or the idea of that person. And just like when the builders are making the arch over a big door, like in an old cathedral, they build the stones up from both sides with wooden props, and then they drop the keystone into the middle, and that stone locks the stone half arches on both sides. So the keystone in all these situations is I exist, you exist. Duality is the solidifier or the validator that makes things real. Just as we say, like, there are many ways of translating Mahamudra, but one is to say it's like the Great Seal, and it's compared to a royal seal, that when the king made a declaration, a big seal would be stamped at the bottom and nobody should change it because this is fixed. So Mahamudra is showing how things truly are. But we have a stamp. It's not a Mahamudra, a big gesture. It's not a big gesture, it's a little gesture. We have the gesture of ourselves, and we have our little seal, and we stamp ourselves onto every fucking thing we encounter. This is me, this is mine, me, mine, pam, pam, pam. Big certificate. Look, 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 I exist. So that's what we have to investigate, how to trust that if I release myself, if I release this anxious, nervous tension of being me, I will not collapse into nothing at all, but I will find myself in the beautiful cradle of Mahamudra or Zopa Jembo, that the infinite space of the mind is our true presence. It's not an identity in the sense that it's beyond description, inexpressible, and yet it is here. So we're moving from conceptual identity, from interpretation, to relaxing into the presence of the mind itself, how it has been from the very beginning. But we've been involved in storytelling for a very long time, and it's very seductive to fall into fusion with thoughts as if they were the path to truth. They are the path to relative truth, to the constructed truth of how things appear inside the matrix of conceptualization, but they cannot lead us to absolute truth, which is another way of talking about the ground. So the first thing we need to do is to find out about the mind. This belongs to the path. So we have the ground, and the ground just is. The ground is indifferent. The ground, the basis is indifferent. It's not like a theistic vision of God. God really cares for you. God loves you. God is your father. God is your mother. The ground doesn't care, because the ground offers everything. It's the ground of all. The ground gives rise to awareness, and it gives rise to ignorance. It's just the ground. It's just, this is the open potential. So the ground is completely neutral. What it shows is empty. So you can't say, oh, the ground is unethical because it gives rise to ignorance. There's nobody in the ground making ignorance, thinking, oh, let's make all these really fucked up people. Let's have samsara. It's nothing on the television tonight. You know, let's create some chaos. Nobody's doing it. As it said, we touched on it yesterday, in the manner of a magical illusion. Nothing has been born. Nothing has been born. The ground doesn't give rise to anything. In the sense of, doesn't give rise to anything as a something, as a substance, as something which comes out of the ground. This is why we often have the image of the mirror. The mirror shows many, many reflections, but the reflections are all within the mirror. You cannot take a reflection out of the mirror. Nothing comes out of the ground. So the word ground itself can be confusing. It's not a some place. It's not like a factory that, you know, my cup is made in Hamburg, and then it's delivered by a van to my local shop. It's not like that. The ground is not a place somewhere else. The ground is all pervasive, infinity, above, below, behind, in all directions. When we read Mahayana prayers, and something say like the offering prayer from the Bodhisattva Samantabhadra, we imagine that in front of us and all around us in all directions there are as many Buddhas as there are grains of sand in the river Ganges, and around each of these Buddhas is as many Bodhisattvas as there are grains of sand in the river Ganges. It's about trying to eat, just like if you went to the gym, you could use a chest expander to try to open up your vertebrae and your ribs so you could have more movement. These practices is like imagine beyond imagining. So many. So the ground is like that. It's open for everything. There is nothing which has come from anywhere else but the ground. That's why we say it is the Chikpo, the sole source. But it doesn't give rise to it as a partners. It gives rise within it. Everything is within the ground. So it's important to have a real sense of that we are moving within the infinity of the ground, which in its showing is not coming in a unilinear direction from one place to another. It comes all at once, multidimensional, instantly. This is beyond comprehension. We are used to being a fixed body in a particular place and then walking or cycling or getting in a car and going from here to there. We know that the vegetables come from the field to the shop to our kitchen. We are used to this kind of movement. And it has to move, because if the vegetables are in the field and I don't live in the farmer's field, I'm not going to be able to eat the vegetables. But The ground gives rise to everything where it is. There is no travel involved. This is why it is instant, direct. And in Tibetan, there are many words for this, like tokme or zangtao, all of which are just meaning just like this. Here is always immediately here. Just as when something passes in front of a mirror, the reflection arises instantly. There's nothing inside the mirror fabricating the reflection. In the same way, the ground is not fabricating appearance, it's simply showing. What's it showing? It's showing its potential. This potential does not become a substantial entity. All showings are devoid of inherent existence. They don't exist as things, but they certainly show. So that's just about the ground. So we are now concerned with the path because the ground is like that, but we don't feel we're in touch with that. Why is that? Firstly, we look at what's called trullu, the way or the modality of confusion. How did we get confused? How come we don't know how we are? So this is the description of ignorance. There are various ways of looking at this. Basically, you can say there are four aspects to ignorance. The first is the ignorance of the singular something. Dagni chikpu. Dag means I, but it can also mean like a something. Nid, it's the I-ness, the somethingness, and it's solitary. So just one moment of solidification, something catches your eye, and there's a fixation. Like in the first Matrix movie, when the first time when Nemo goes down the telephone and he finds himself in this land and he's looking around and there are many, many people moving, and suddenly he sees this woman in a red dress and it catches his attention, and he's in real danger at that point because he's lost his sense of where he is. He's captivated. So that's the meaning of this first level of ignorance. Nobody is captivated yet. It's just as if there is a condensation into something, as if you have a river that's flowing, and from that river, a little cup full suddenly freezes, and now you have a piece of ice flowing in the river. The ice has had nothing added to it. It's just had the heat extracted from it, and therefore it is now in the form of ice. When the ice melts, it will go back water into water. But as it is ice, it is as if it is different from the water. So this is the first level of ignorance. And when we sit to meditate, if we're attentive, we can see this in our own mind, that there is a somethingness. We're maybe sitting there and we have the sense of being a kind of observer self. We don't even maybe thinking about ourselves or anything, but there's just a sort of dull here-ness, this sort of opaque, hazy thing, which is me. So that's a slightly gross form of this first level of ignorance. From that, we have the second level, which is the instant development of subject and object. It arises all at once, sahaj. It's just like that. And the important thing again about this sahaj is that nobody's doing it. It's just a process. It's that, for example, if you go out walking in the mountains and you have your map and you misread the map, you take the wrong road. Every step you take, you're getting more and more lost. You're not deciding to get lost. You're looking around, but you're maybe not very good at reading maps. And it's a nice day, so it looks okay, and on you go. And then suddenly you realize, oh, my path is blocked. I must be on the wrong path. So it's an instant situation. This word sahaj, or in Tibetan Tlenchit Chepa, you also get for wisdom. In Mahamudra, they talk about sahaj jhana, this self instantly present clarity of the mind. It's just there. So in the same way, the development of subject and object just occurs. It's like you enter into a paradigm, or you enter into a world, like entering into a film. It is very important. Nobody is doing this to us. We have not been born yet in that way of looking. We arise as the way the clarity of the mind starts to vibrate as I, me, myself. Instead of it being a kind of panoramic clarity, there is a fixation which, in shaking together, creates a kind of differentiation. So this leads into the third level of ignorance, which is called the ignorance of identifying the multiplicity of factors. That is to say, everything you see with your eyes, hear with your ears, know about yourself. This requires the use of naming and concepts. Today in London, it's cold, but the sky is quite blue. So we'd say it's a chilly but beautiful spring day. That is an account. I'm taking different ideas together. And if we say it's chilly, or it's, oh, maybe not so nice, but the sky is blue, oh, how lovely. So we tighten up, we relax, we're pulsating with the multiplicity of the factors of the world. And the more nuanced you are in how you identify these specific features, the richer you get the tonal quality of what's manifesting around you. So language is both a wonderful illuminator of the specificity of phenomena. However, it carries as its shadow this density of reification, because I'm talking about something. If I say there are many clouds in the sky, when you go up in an airplane and the airplane goes through the cloud, you find, hey, there's nothing much in a cloud. Where is the center of the cloud? You look at the edge of the cloud from the airplane window and it's all kind of wispy and diffuse. But when we look from here, we say, oh, that is a cloud. So there is an absence of substance to the cloud. But when we apply the term cloud, somehow our mind is able to rest on the concept. It doesn't rest on the cloud, it rests on the concept. So it seems that I know what I'm talking about. And if I use the word cloud and you know English, you get it. You get it. Oh, James is looking out the window. He sees the cloud. We understand this. This is our world. But the cloud itself is ungraspable. So this third level of ignorance is the way in which the energy of the potential of the mind is moving in certain registers. It's starting to take on a function of differentiation, and what is differentiated is taken to be things. So instead of it being simply the play of the mind as illusion, because the terms which are used to describe the unique specificity of each moment, its particularity, because these words are taken as referential, that they are describing something which is already there, the concept and the belief in the true existence of the object function together. And then you believe what you think about the object. And then you find yourself as someone moving in a world of stuff. I am made of stuff. The world is made of stuff. I like this. You don't like that. That's a shame. I love you very much, but it's a shame you're a vegan because it's really boring having to eat this food I don't like. Not many people get into that kind of situation nowadays. As the more we think about our diet and all the bio stuff that's in our gut and how we have to keep this whole new ecology inside our intestines healthy, people particularize their diet. Instead of people eating to have the family meal, that, oh, no, I can't eat that. I can't eat that because I'm maintaining my own ecology. It's beautiful. If you maintain your ecology, you're making a contribution to world ecology. It's also important. In that way, the ego has always got some new funny game to play. And then the fourth level of ignorance is, as we participate in the world in this way, because we are a pattern of interpretation. So outside we have the energy of phenomena, the energy of colors and sounds. We have the sensation on our skin, we have smells and tastes and so on. We have many, many things which we experience. So it looks like object side is there and we come to the object side. Now, when you taste something, your response can be very simple. I like it, I don't like it. Or it can be turned up a little bit so that you're trying to identify the flavors which are in this dish. And so you're kind of bringing your consciousness more into your tongue, trying to identify the subtle tones that are there. Some people are very, very skilled at doing that. This bringing of attention with a body of received information and access to a vocabulary that allows a particular language to be deemed valid allows you to say something. If you read the tasting notes about a wine and somebody's talking about there's a high note of grapefruit and this and that. Really? Okay. That's how you earn your money. Lots of people, politicians earn their money by lying. Wine tasters lie as well. It's maybe grapefruit for you. It's not grapefruit for me. It's why you say it's grapefruit. That's your tongue. It's not my tongue. You have a universal tongue. Yes, because look, I have my certificate. I am a member of the International Society of Sommelier. I have tasted so many thousands of wines. Well, good luck to you. But I have my tongue and your wine is shit. No, so unsophisticated. Why do you come to my restaurant? It is subjective. It is subjective, but that often makes us feel a little bit wobbly because we want to know the truth. We want to know, I am normal, I am standard. If you're all laughing at a joke, I want to laugh too. I don't want to be the last one. I don't want to be Mr. Stupid who can't get the joke. I want to be part of it. We all want to be included. And so the mind dulls itself into a forgetfulness of our own unique specificity, and we join in to engage in things that are maybe not really what suits us. So returning to the actual detail of our own embodiment is very, very important. Because it is through that that we have our revelation of the world for us. We have to remember there is no objective world. There is a field of potential which is revealed through our participation. You go to an art gallery, you look at a beautiful painting. What do you see? You cannot know what anyone else sees. You can describe the rough outer forms of what you see, but even then, you've no idea if you're saying, I don't know, Bonnard was so in love with his wife, he kept doing these paintings of her, and then you fantasize something about their marriage, which we don't know. You've no idea what someone else looking at the painting will infer. They will think they see, but it will be an inference. It is a mental product. So when we talk and share about a book we've read, or whether a pizza is well made or not, we are attempting to find points of contact on the basis of the assumption that there is an objective fact out there and that we have similar experiences. But this is not true. You just need to go and get your eyes checked in the optician, and you look up and down this list of letters and numbers. And then you realize, oh, when I put my glasses on, I'm in one world. And when I take my glasses off, I'm in another world. So walking down the street with someone, maybe I should say, listen, before we discuss the architecture of this beautiful city, let's pop into the optician and make sure that we both see with the same kind of gaze. Because we don't. The same with our hearing. We have different sophistication of hearing, of taste in the tongue, of smell in the nose. Now with this COVID virus, it's knocking out people's capacity for smell. So how will we, what can we assume about what is a shared smell? This is objectification. It's very, very simple if we have objectification. If you have a lot of people together, for example, an army, it's very good if the soldiers have discipline. They all wear the same uniform. They sleep in barracks with the same kind of bed, with the same 2 sheets and 2 blankets, and they get up and they all clean their teeth together and they do all of these things together. Then you have a drum, boom, 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 and then they go very, very quickly and they do whatever they do. That's quick and easy. When you stay with the differentiation of people's actual lived experience, it is diverse. It's quite difficult for us all to agree how to do things because we do them differently. If you go to a retreat at Kamalashila, the food is set out as a buffet. You are standing in a long queue in the buffet and you are looking at someone standing by the food with their plate, thinking a little of this, and then they put some on, and then they stop and they go back and put a little bit more on their plate, and then they forgot the salad, so they push back in the people in the queue. You think, for fuck's sake, it's just food, eat your food. But no, they're being very true to the particularity of their lived embodied experience. So that's why soldiers have so much discipline, to avoid that kind of issue. But we also had that in school, sitting at a desk, doing your homework, paying attention to the teacher. You're entrained to standardize yourself, the standardization of language. You write an essay about some poet, and then you get a report from the teacher that says, oh, you've made 2 good points, but you missed out talking about this because this is there and you should have seen that. Maybe it doesn't mean anything for you, but if you want to get the exam, you have to see it. So it's very important to see how culture is both offering a wide array of possibilities, but it's also highly normative. And as you're being normalized in terms of your participation, it's easy to take things for granted. It's just like this. So this is the 4th level of ignorance, which is called the ignorance of the stupidity of not understanding karma. That is to say, from this Dharma point of view, when I act, whatever I'm doing, when I do something, there are consequences. So, for example, I make a cup of tea, I finish the tea, I go to wash the cup. I turn the tap on and I'm washing the cup and the water's running and I'm not paying any attention to how much water is being used. Because the tap is running, the water's not very expensive. If I have some money, I don't care. But water is quite a rare commodity in this world. It has to be pumped up from the ground, or we're dependent on the rain. Water is part of an exchange economy. If we don't pay attention to it, our mental dullness, our taking it for granted, is to say, oh, there'll always be good drinking water. Well, if we've traveled in Africa and India and so on, we know there are many places where there is not good drinking water. Drinking water is something rare and special. And many European countries, people still drink a lot of bottled water because they don't quite trust the tap water. So that's a very outer example, but a way in which we assume, we think, oh, it's like this, and we collapse into the seeming givenness of life. And then when we act, we don't see that the action is not just what occurs in the moment, but because there is a mental and emotional organization for me to perform this action, this creates a habit formation or a tendency or an organizing principle which continues into the future. And that's essentially what karma is. Karma itself, the word simply means action or activity. In Tibetan, it's translated as action, which is a cause with a consequence. And the consequence is not the same as the immediate result. It means that whenever we have a belief, it creates a tendency. So say, for example, we've had these recent situations with Black Lives Matter, when Black people in America have been murdered by the police and so on. In England, there's a lot of concern at the moment for women being attacked in the street. So there's a lot of anger. So clearly, it would be a very good thing if men didn't exploit and abuse women, and if white people, especially people in authority, didn't act in a discriminatory way towards Black people. So we agree, this is not good, this should change. So we go on a protest, and when we're on the protest, we're shouting and we're full of anger and this shouldn't happen. Okay, so our aim is ethical and good, but we're actually being very angry. Who are we angry with? Oh, these police in America, they do that. We should take that person to court. What is a person? From the point of view of even the Hinayana, the Theravadan view, we say this is the 5 skandhas. We say the understanding of the 5 skandhas is anatmadrishti, pudgala anatmadrishti, the absence of inherent existence in people, in persons, in sentient beings. So this terrible, bad, murderous policeman in America is a pattern of the 5 skandhas, arising in that pattern due to causes and conditions, maybe a family lineage of male children joining the police force, maybe economic reasons joining the police force, maybe a tendency of cruelty and brutality taking him into the police force because it's nice to then have a gun and be able to lock people up. This is a dynamic experience of many different factors due to causes and conditions. But we say, this is a very bad person, he should be punished. This is the problem in our samsara. It's not easy. Justice is unethical because who is being punished? The law depends on there being rational individuals who act and who can be held to account for their action. Why did you do this? Explain to the members of the jury why you were carrying a knife in the street at nighttime. Who is going to reply? There is no self. So Dharma is very deep about this. You have to really be subtle and clear in your mind. This is the middle way. This is the middle way. It's always very easy to say, oh, these people are bad. The police are bad. Let's kill all the police. No, it's the black people that are bad. Okay, then we'll kill all the black people. No, it's the women who cause trouble. Kill all the women. No, it's the men. Kill all the men. Very difficult. So this is what it means when we say the absence of inherent existence. It means watch your own mind and see how seductive, how delicious it is to be judgmental, to know what is right, to be serious and confirmed in your opinions. It's ego gratifying. You feel you're intelligent, you know something. In fact, you know you're a good person because you're on the side of justice, but it's quite solidified. So this is the realm of ignorance of karma. As many religious books say, judge not lest ye be judged. Entering into judgment is the way in which we feed the ego sense of the simplicity of the world. That there are all of these phenomena in the world. And if we want to have clarity with these phenomena, we have to have a method of sifting them out, of sorting them out. So we put the good on one side and the bad on the other. That is to say, we have polarization. High and low, rich and poor, kind, unkind, healthy, not healthy, beautiful, ugly, and so on. We have so many polarities. And we use these to create interpretive structures whereby we can allocate significance to things. This is solving the wrong problem. Dharma says there are no things, so that all the effort that you put into sorting out things is a way of not attending to the absence of thingness in things. There is no inherent existence in phenomena, which means self and other have no true existence. So if we go back to the first level of ignorance, when the water arises as ice, it appears to be other than water. That is an illusion. And when you grasp at the ice as being truly something, that is a delusion, and all these other steps come from that. So this is the problem, that we are relying on unreliable concepts to generate the truth about what we experience. So in the tradition, they say if you want to get rid of a tree, you can remove the leaves, or you can remove the branches, or you can cut the trunk of the tree, or you can take out the root. So on the level of karma, we're dealing with the leaves. We're dealing with the moments of manifestation of patterns. And moment by moment, there's this happening, that happening. We feel happy with someone. We feel not so easy with that same person half an hour later because of something they said. And so the quality of the leaves which are manifesting for us are not fixed. And the more we interact with them, there's more leaves to be removed, and sorting stuff out on that level is very, very difficult. Then on the third level of ignorance, we look at the categories in our mind. And we start to see, because I am allocating people according to these binary oppositions of educated, uneducated, my people, not my people, and so on, it is the conceptual framework which is leading me astray. And so I need to let go of that. That's like cutting off the branches of the tree. The next level up was the beginning of duality as the key structure, the splitting of the whole into these separate parts, which then become the binaries, which are mutually exclusive. This is the trunk of the tree, and if you cut that, that's good, but you still have the root. And the root is the belief in somethingness, thingness, graspability. So the graspable object and the grasping mind sit like, if you have a look at a seed, like an avocado seed, it's split down the middle inside, and the little shoot comes out where these two meet. So here you've got subject and object vibrating, and each new thing is kind of growing out of that pod, that little seed. We have to seal that so that you have the great whole, the infinite whole, the whole of emptiness, Sokpa-Chembo, the Mahamudra, the undivided integrity of everything. That's how we cut the root. So this is where we find ourselves. We are under the power of these 4 levels of ignorance, and they are normalized in our culture. Everybody says, this is how it is, this is how it is. So we have opinions about politicians, and we have opinions about economic policy, but they're all wrapped inside the frame of reference or the paradigm that there are real entities and I am a real person. So in order to start to get free from this, we have to look at the other aspect of the path, which is called the Neluk, or how it actually is. So remember, these 4 aspects of ignorance this is the style or the way of delusion. This is how delusion develops, and we are all enmeshed in delusion, not because we are stupid, not because we are bad, but because we, as an entity, are a mode of delusion. If we remove the delusion, it doesn't mean that we vanish forever, because we are actually a presence. So this next aspect of how it is in itself, the Neluk, this shows us our true actual condition. There are many ways of opening this up. This is Nyingma Pasism, they call this ngotro, which means to show you your face. Ngo or ngowo means your basic unborn face, the face you had before you were born. It means the ground of your potential out of which your face manifests, or your being manifests. So we have to see this. So who am I? So the teaching explains that the mind is the basis of our presence. That is to say, our mind is bright and luminous. Luminous means it illuminates, but it is transparent. When you try to catch the mind, you don't catch anything, and yet it's there. Sometimes it says that the mind is like the sky, and in the sky, Rigpa, or awareness, arises like the sun, in the rays of the sun spread out evenly in all directions. The mind itself, you can say, is like a dark night sky. It's nothing. The mind, when you look for your mind, there is nothing to be had. It's just like nothing at all. But that's not a definition of the limit of the mind. It's not simply ungraspable nothing, because the mind's quality is awareness, which shines forth, illuminating the sphere of potential within which everything arises. So the first aspect of this is called ngowo, or essence, which is essentially the face. So the empty face, or the empty aspect of the mind, is emptiness itself. The mind, your mind, is not a thing. The basis of who you are is not something. You don't have a personal, defining, conclusive essence, a personal essence, which makes you who you are. That is delusion. The basis of your existence is this radiant spaciousness. Its second quality is that it is clear or bright. That is to say, there is no obstruction to whatever is arising. What arises is the play of the ground. So for us, we see, I'm living in London, so I see streets with pavements with rubbish on them and people walking dogs and so on. But London also has many ants in it, many worms, many moths, many birds. Each of these creatures has their own relationship to the potential of the situation. They don't see what I see. Some of creatures have a much better sense of hearing than I do, or a better sense of smell. Some are walking on four legs. Some are able to bury into the earth. If I got buried in the earth, I would die, but the worm is quite happy moving around underneath. Each of these are sentient beings, and their realm of revelation, what is manifesting for them, depends on the nature of their sense organs and their capacity. And the same is true for us. This is very important, because this is pointing to the relativization of human identity. Living in cultures influenced by the Greco-Roman Hebraic tradition, we tend to have the sense that human beings are the best. We are on top of the pyramid. God created the world and he hands it over to human beings to husband it, to take care of the earth. We are the guarantors of the safety of the earth. We have a special status. And from Darwinian evolutionary theory, it looks like we are this emergent pinnacle. We are the highest, most complicated form of evolutionary development. So there is a lot of special privileging of the human situation. From the Dharma point of view, the human situation is special and useful because it's the one form of embodied being where you have a real chance to gain enlightenment, because you can sit easily. You're not living in terror of attack all the time. You can study, you can learn, and so on. There are certain capacities that go with a human birth. But what we see is relative. It is generated by our karma. Human experience is not the truth of the world. Human experience is the truth of human experience. We see what a cat doesn't see, and a cat sees what we don't see. It is a relative truth. And we see that all the shit that we do to the world economy and to ecology and so on comes from this insane notion that human beings see the truth, the one truth about all phenomena. We have the world as revealed through our senses. And as we know, we have different capacities in our senses. Some people are very bright in the morning and sleepy in the evening. Others are sleepy in the morning and bright in the evening. Some people are very strongly affected by the seasons, or by their menstrual cycle, or whether they've had a quarrel with their partner. All kinds of things can influence our experience of the world we are participating in. It's not a clear, objective world that we as humans have privileged access to. That, excuse me, from a Dharma point of view, is a very false interpretation of the world. So if we want to understand the mind, we see from this point of view, the mind gives rise to emergent experience. And this emergent experience is revealing precisely, brightly, in the manner of reflections appearing on the surface of a mirror. But these appearances are also ungraspable, just like the reflections. The fact that we think about things doesn't make them real. Reality, in the sense of there being real things, res, is delusion. Reality is delusion. Everything is illusion. But if you are at home in illusion, it is the bright play of manifestation. So to put that in another language, the mind is the Dharmakaya. It's the bright presence of the awareness of the Buddha. From the Dharmakaya, there arises the Sambhogakaya, the mode of enjoyment, which is how the Buddha's body, a body of light, experiences the ceaseless play of experience. Nothing to grasp at, nothing to grasp, open to everything. And then from the Sambhogakaya, there arises the apparitional form of the Nirmanakaya, moving in the world in whatever form, but not separated from the field of light of the Sambhogakaya, which is not separated from the field of emptiness, which is the realm of the Dharmakaya. Open and empty, bright and immediately clear, and ever moving and changing. These three are inseparable. So this is a Dharma view, particularly the Dzogchen view of our life. If we see that the ground that we emerge from is ungraspable, and that what we experience is showing moment by moment without any fixed essence, but in patterns which continue for some time and then shift and change. But there is a degree of reliability in the patternness of the pattern. The pattern is not the pattern of something, it's the pattern of pattern. So when I go for a walk and I want to find out where the shops are, I don't need to sort of consult a map. I live here a long time. I know where the shops are. What does that mean? I step out of my flat, I go down the stairs, and I am moving in a field of revelation through the eyes, through the pressure of my feet on the steps as I go down the stairs, and I feel the tension in my thighs as I'm balancing my weight going down the stairs. As I go out of the gate, I look to the left and the right because it's a COVID time and I shouldn't bump into people. And then I take my place walking down the pavement of revelation. I am seeing and I am seeing and I'm seeing. What am I seeing? I am seeing this. The revelation of the pattern shows the manifestation of the habit formation which gives rise to this karmic world. That is to say, the street is held in place by the mental attributes that allow this street to be held in place. It's not there because it's made out of stone and concrete and therefore is an enduring objective existence, which is there even although I'm not looking at it, you don't know whether it's there, whether you're looking at it or not. You might say, but I do, because I have a little camera on the front of my house and I can watch the street sitting in my flat. I have a glass of wine and I look at the people going up and down the street. The street is there. Well, what you know is that you see the image on a camera. You don't know if the street is there or not. That is what is arising for you. So again and again, if we really want to have clarity, we have to look at our assumptions. We have been trained and disciplined to believe in a material world where there are truly self-existing objects. But if you start to see the quality of light, I see light, and light is flowing. I hear sound, and sound is flowing. 1 foot on the ground, sensation. I can feel through the soles of my feet. I'm moving onto the ball of my feet. I feel the sensation in the small of my back and so on. If I'm carrying something, the weight of the shopping tilts me in one direction. This is the revelation of experience moment by moment. This is what is called hlundrup, the immediacy of the undivided field of subject and object. So this is why we do meditation practice, is to become aware that the busyness of our mind in constructing interpretive schemas based on solidifying and reifying concepts forms a veil of delusion which hides us from the ever-changing immediacy of our experience. So this is vital. And again, this is not a theory. You don't have to believe in it. It's not a dogma. It's a way of illuminating your own experience. We're going to have a break soon, and maybe you get up and you drink some water or you make a cup of tea. If you're moving in a place familiar to you, your habituated concepts, the concepts you're very used to. In English, habituated comes from a habit, like a monk's robe. It's something we clad ourselves in. We are wrapped in habit formations. If you sit inside that, then you know exactly what you're doing. I'm just going in the kitchen and this is my cup and da 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 da. If you just relax into the out breath, stay in the senses. So you just sit for a little bit and then you get up with that awareness and you moving in this field of light, the revelation of what's coming through your eyes. If you are in receptive mode rather than interpretive mode, you are receiving as moment by moment of the revelation flows through you. It's as if the back of your head comes off and the world is just flowing in through your eyes and through you and through you and through you. And you can certainly make a cup of tea. You don't go stupid and forget what you're doing, but you don't have the artificial sense of mastery. This is my flat. I know where things are. I know how to turn the cooker on. It's a little bit tricky, but I know how to do it. All these little stories that you have that reassure you, I am the doer. I am the agent. If you just put that on one side, life becomes so much richer, because now all appearance is shining in through you. All sound is shining in through you. The world becomes very, very bright, and you become light the more the world is bright. The body is not so heavy. You're moving with the prana, with the light flowing energy of the body in relation to the energy of the world. You are energy moving in energy. So in the meditation, and we'll do some when we come back from the break, in the meditation we say, meditate sky to sky, the infinite openness in front of you and the infinite openness that you are, and these skies are inseparable. Moving in the sky, like the wind moving in the sky, is this ever-changing patterning of the flow of experience. And it doesn't stop. It just goes on and on and on. And it's not exhausting because you're not doing it, but you're fully present and very precise. Okay. So the main topic we have been following is the intrinsic. And intrinsic means that it's just there by itself. It's belongs without any reason. It just is part of what is the situation. So if you start to notice that quite a lot of your time is spent giving commentaries about the world, that we run inside ourselves all kind of opinions and judgments about the people that we meet, the situation, the weather, whatever it would be, we're telling ourselves about what is happening. So when you start to see that, you can perhaps get the sense that the world that I experience is the world that I'm interpreting for myself. How can I get to the freshness of the direct showing of the presence of the ground if I keep covering it with my received opinions, the things I've learned, my own feelings and moods and so on? So if I want a direct experience, an unmediated experience, I need to let go of my habit of mediation, of adding, of editing, and so on. So that's, again, pointing us in the direction of our practice. The practice is not about building up qualities. Yesterday at the beginning, we talked about these two ways of thinking about the path, the vehicles of the cause and the vehicles of the result. And that with the vehicles of the cause, we have to create the factors whereby one can gain enlightenment, or the factors whereby one can ripen one's potential for enlightenment, as with the Buddha nature. But with the vehicles of the result, we are concerned to allow ourselves to be present with what is present. That is to say, we realize my own mental activity, my own imaginings, my projections, my fantasies act like a veil to obscure the simplicity or the directness or the clarity of how things are. I obscure the world to myself. And I do it in a habitual way because the frame that I'm operating in, the human frame, is a realm of clouds. It's a realm of veils. It's a realm of constructs. This is what we trade with each other. When you get a job, you have to demonstrate that you are able to do certain things. These are not things that you were born with the skill for. You have developed these capacities, and so you exchange your developed qualities for the money that you get paid at the end of the week or the month. It's a transactional economy. But we are concerned with the intrinsic. Why is that? Because all these compounded things are impermanent. They vanish. The things that I learned in school and that I did exams for have vanished. What I studied in university, most of it has vanished. What I used to the way I used to think about life when I was in the hospital, that's not how I function at the moment. So many of the structures that we inhabit, which seem to be valid in themselves because we are operating with them, when a little time goes by, we see, oh, they were situationally valid, not intrinsically valid. And they crumble away like dust. They have no profound truth to them. So if we want to find the unchanging, if we accept the basic premise in Dharma that there are 6 realms of samsara, and due to these various energies, volitions, which we build up through the strangeness of our lives, through our habits and weird mental patterns, these volitional forces can easily carry us off someplace not very helpful if we're concerned with liberation. So we have a chance now to explore the ground of our presence. Where do I come from? So here we are concerned with 2 ways of thinking about knowledge. We have knowledge the way we learn it at school, which is knowledge about things which exist. But in Dharma, we are concerned with knowledge which is emergent in the moment with phenomena. That they are a kind of counterpoint with the emergence of phenomena. Knowledge is not the enemy. Knowledge becomes unhelpful when we use it to solidify the field of experience. The field of experience is light, emergent, ever-changing, and essentially ungraspable, which means that our participation in the field of light requires us to be as light. And you can only experience the lightness of your being if you stop burdening yourself with solidified knowledge as if it was guaranteeing you your life. Now, this is solidified knowledge. It's like a medieval suit of armor that the knights used to wear when they would ride on these incredibly powerful war horses. And the problem is, you can hardly move in your suit of armor. We have delicious soft flesh bodies with wonderful joints which can move in all kinds of directions. We don't need to have an exoskeleton of received opinions, of culturally fixated ideas. We can stay with the freshness of co-emergence. And this is our practice. Because if we remain in the domain of polarities, of dualistic perception, where we separate out the integral field into high and low, good and bad, love and hate, and so on, and then we pull these polarities apart in order to have more clarity. So the things I love are not the things I hate. The things I hate are not the things I love. And so these 2 categories have to be kept apart. The energy of doing that creates a kind of tension. So, for example, if you have a rubber band, here I have a little rubber band. I don't know if you can see that, but with a rubber band, it's quite soft and moves about. But if I take it now in my fingers and pull it apart, as I twang it, you can hear the vibration. So this is what happens inside you when you stretch yourself by keeping these polarities apart. You increase the inner tension inside yourself. So like in the yoga system, there's so much encouragement that you have to bring the prana through the side channels into the central channel. If it's in the central channel, then the vibratory quality of the solar and lunar energy becomes peaceful, because the sun and the moon are in the sky. But if the sun and moon are somehow in separate domains, there's a vibration between them. In the same way, at the moment of conception, when the consciousness enters into the beginning of the womb, when the male essence and the female essence join together, the male essence and the female essence join and then separate. Then the male essence goes up the spine and the female essence goes down, so that they end up with the male essence like in the forehead and the female red essence just below the navel. And these continue to be there until you die. However, in the tantric tradition, we believe that at the time of the eclipse, because the sun and the moon are going into a kind of alliance that brings darkness, in that moment itself, the red and white essences can meet in the heart, and it's a very good time to see the emptiness of the mind. That is to say, when things are held apart, you have duality. So we know in the image of the deities, we have Yab Yum, which means like mother and father, or male and female in sexual union. That is to say, the union of the opposites. When you bring the opposites together, they don't merge into one thing, they are merged, but neither two nor one. And that is the non-duality. Non-duality is not homogenization into just one thing, nor is it separated off into different things. It is non-dual. So that you find that a lot in tantric texts, the idea of yuganada or zungjuk, where you have bringing the opposites together. Because as long as you have polarity, you have vibration. And the vibration brings up an agitation in your embodied system, which feeds moods, emotions, thoughts, fears, and so on. So when we do practice, we want to allow the settling of the polarities, in particular of subject and object. Because as long as you sit in the subjectivity of I am meditating, this is happening to me, you are ready to vibrate with the object. It's almost inevitable, because you, as the experiencer, can only be the experiencer if you have something to be experienced. The object supports the existence of the subject, and the subject supports the existence of the object. Neither truly exists. This is an illusion. So as long as you sit down to meditate and you're just me, I'm going to do my practice, it's quite difficult to really enter into the practice. You can do mantras from that situation, you can do prostrations, you can offer mandalas, you can do the whole nundro and everything, but what is difficult is to really dissolve, because you have been doing the practice from the position of mastery. So when we do our simple practice, we're releasing ourselves from the place of mastery. We're dissolving the intensity of ego identification. Ego identification is, I am this. What is this? Well, this becomes whatever I say it's going to be. It's a very, very cheating system. I am this happy person. I am this sad person. I am this, whatever this is in the moment. So I am this means the potential of lucidity, the clarity of the mind is falsely taken to be an individual self, which is then linked to have its own essence. I am this, I am like this is who I am. And so the gathering together of transient moments of arising as the ingredients of the self gives us exactly the fourth skandha, the samskara, the duce, the gathering and compounding and the creation of my identity in the moment. So we looked in the system of ignorance, how ignorance is coming down when we have this level of identification of entities. The identification is the basis for being able to claim something as myself. This is a mental activity. I create myself. I am not the fundamental creator. I'm not God from the very beginning doing it. This process of creation is more like if you were a child and you had a tennis racket and a tennis ball, and you put the tennis ball on the racket and you keep going to keep it in the air, and it's going doing, 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 and you have to move around to keep the ball on the tennis racket. This is what you're doing to maintain your sense of self. It's very dynamic. You're actually working very hard to maintain the illusion that you are a continuous subject. When you're keeping the ball in the air, your subjectivity is the movement of the maintenance of the game. Similarly, we are in the movement of the maintenance of the game of self. It's a lot of work. It's unnecessary work. It's quite nice to have a holiday from that work. So that's why tension is very important to become aware of in yourself. Because when people are very tense, they find it difficult to relax. And the main meditation instruction in Dzogchen is relax. Relax, release yourself from your identifications, and simply allow whatever comes to come. Manifestation is self-arising and self-liberating. Don't interfere with the process. But when you're kind of buzzing inside, there's a kind of preformed orientation towards being busy, towards doing something. So that's what we have to be very attentive to keeping an eye on. Okay, so I suggest we do some practice now. And the practice we can do is quite simple. As we did before, simply relax in the out breath. And then earlier I was suggesting, you can look directly at the mind. And we can also do it through these famous 5 questions many of you are familiar with. Does the mind have a size? Does it have a shape? Does it have a color? Does it come from somewhere? Does it stay anywhere? And does it go anywhere? We take these questions up in a very delicate, soft way, not a rough investigative way. Otherwise, you will be someone looking for something. And then that simply increases the intensity of the duality. Rather, we want to look very gently so that the presence of our looking gives minimal disturbance to the simplicity of how the mind is. We want to catch the mind as it shows itself, as it's always showing itself. So when you're sitting, your mind is here because you're having some experience, you're not unconscious. Something is arising in the mind. Don't fixate on the experience that arises. We're wanting to see the mind itself. So in order for there to be the lucidity of experience, there has to be the illuminating mind. Where is my mind? Did it come here from somewhere? Does it go somewhere after this experience? Is it big, small, and so on? So we're looking not at experience, but at the mind. Now, this is difficult because there are not two different things. On the one hand, the mind, on the other hand, experience. Just as with a mirror, you have the mirror and you have the reflection. The reflection is not the same as the mirror is not the same as the reflection, but you can't take the reflection out of the mirror. In the same way, you can't take experience out of the mind. You can't think, oh, I wonder what's at the bottom of this cup, and you pour what's in the cup outside and scrub it. Now I see the bottom of the cup. The mind is always full. The mind is very rarely empty. You can do certain kind of meditation practices that will empty the mind for a short period of time. If it's empty for a longer period of time, it's usually gone dull. But if you want a bright mind without anything in it, it doesn't last too long. What arises in the mind is not the problem. If you see the mind is empty, what arises in the empty mind is empty, the content of the mind and the mind are non-dual. The content of the mind is not the enemy, it's not the obscuration. But if in your conceptualization you fixate on the content of the mind, and you don't really get the flavor of the view, the instruction about the mind itself, then when you sit to meditate, you're oriented towards merging with experience, with the content of the mind. And then you go from this experience to that experience to that experience. You don't have to stop experience. You have to just simply be very clear. If there is no mirror, there is no reflection. You can look at the wall, you can look at a painting, you can look at your coat hanging on a peg and say, come on, show me reflection, do something, come on. Doesn't do anything. Then you stand in front of the mirror and you look, oh, now there's a reflection. The mind is like the mirror. So if there is a reflection, there is a mirror. If there is experience, there is the mind. Therefore, when you're sitting, the mind is there. This is the opportunity to become close to your mind as it is. This is the heart teaching of all the yogis in the Dzogchen Mahamudra traditions. This is the most important thing because the mind itself is the Dharmakaya. It's not different from the mind of all the Buddhas. Okay, so we relax in the out breath, gaze is open and resting. Allow experiences to come and go, and then very gently bring your gentle, focused attention to how is the mind. Okay. So when we do this practice, it's helpful not to do it for a long time because it's not something to be done from the position of effort. You want to bring your attention into the most relaxed, receptive position possible. You're trying to receive what is there without influencing it in anywhere. So the more you are in a proactive, I'm going to make it happen attitude or mode, the more you will disturb how it actually is. Doing less, you receive more. And we want to receive everything, because actually the mind as space is inseparable from the Dharma Dhatu. That is to say, the space where all dharmas are, all phenomena are. All phenomena arise and pass in the expanse of the mind. You can experience this for yourself. What we call the content of the mind is experience, and it doesn't last long. So you're sitting, you seem to be clear about how your mind is, you seem to have arrived at some definite knowledge, and it dissolves. It dissolves. And this is very helpful as a meditator, because it tells you when you're going in the wrong direction. If you're trying to find the mind by means of relying on concepts, the concept is an energy moving in the space of the mind, and as such it is finite and dissolving, and the mind is not finite or dissolving. The mind is empty. So the more you rest on concepts, the more you try to think your way into spaciousness, the more you block the experience of space. So when we first start to study Dharma, and we hear, oh, it's very important to renounce samsara. You should see samsara like a swamp. When you see how dangerous samsara is, you should be like a person whose hair is on fire. It means like, oh, this is terrible. Oh, it kind of wakes you up. This is not good. So that's the kind of outer notion of renunciation. So you should stop doing bad things to other people. You should stop getting lost in your hopes and fears. You should renounce unnecessary worldly activity. But there is a much more subtle level of renunciation, which is to renounce reliance on concepts as if they were the vehicle of truth. Concepts are modes of thinking, and thinking is for linking. Thinking is compassion. It is not wisdom. We think in order to communicate, in order to build up patterns. When I'm talking with you, clearly I'm using thousands of different concepts, and I'm not thinking about it too much. It comes together in the mind because I've been swimming in the sea of this for a long time. But it's clearly pattern after pattern of concepts and ideas with different feeling tones are arising and passing. This is experience as articulation, as connectivity. The mind itself is not something you can connect with. You are the emptiness of the mind. You are the clarity of the field of experience. You are the energy of participation and linking, which is the movement of your body, your voice, and your mind. But our purpose is to privilege the emptiness of the mind, because that's what we're the least familiar with. We're quite at home in the movement of experience. We know about that, at least in a fairly dualistic way. What we need to do is to bring ourselves to relax into the inactive presence of awareness. Awareness is not doing anything. For example, in the traditional example, awareness, Rigpa, is like the sun in the sky. Now, you could say, listen, the sun is pumping out this energy, it's illuminating the world, but it's not trying to do that. It just happens. The light arises automatically, spontaneously, without effort from the sun, according to the traditional metaphor. The sun is not an agent. It's not trying to do something to something else. So if you hold in mind this as an image of your mind, clearly you want to align yourself with a bright presence which is not interfering, not doing, not making, not responding, just present with the show, just like the mirror is present with the show. Okay, so we try this again. Relax in the out breath, sitting in an easy way, and being present. Okay. The function of sitting in this way is to see that all phenomena are self-arising and self-liberating. They come and they go. You don't make them come. You don't need to make them go. This is the movement of the mind. And the more you sit with this, the more you can see how your habitual tendencies of solidification come into the picture. You want to apprehend, you want to take hold of what is happening. You could run it as a commentary. This is happening to me, or I feel like this. There's a kind of fusion into the thought. But who is fusing? There is no one fusing. It is simply the intensification of the thought. There is no I. The clarity of the mind reveals the pattern of the content of the mind, and the content of the mind is, I exist, I like this, I don't like that. These thoughts, feelings, sensations arise and pass. They are non-referential. But if they are believed in, they become the medium for the solidification of the world. So here we see these 4 levels of ignorance being operationalized in our own mind due to the first belief, which is there is something is happening. Nothing is happening. It's not that nothing is nothing, but nothing is happening. And the happening of nothing is everything. Everything is nothing happening. You could play funny games in language with that. But if you really see that it is true, then the urge to grasp, to have, is not so helpful. In the tradition, they say that when after the Buddha had taught, he held out his hand, he said, I teach with an empty hand. I'm not keeping anything secret. And that's how we should meditate, with an empty hand, without any hidden agenda, without trying to hang on to anything. We just open. We just open. This is coming, that's coming, that's coming. Then when we get up from the practice, if you're doing the practice on your own, stay in the senses. Don't go into internal commentary. Otherwise, that will create an inner world, which is me, and an outer world, which is all the rest. There is no difference between inside and outside. They're flowing together. Sound comes into you, light comes into you, movement goes out, breath comes in, goes out, you drink and you pee. We're constantly in pulsatory communication. We are part of the field. We emerge in the field. The delusion of separation arises because of grasping at the idea of being an entity. There are no entities to grasp at. This is not something to believe. It's something to see for yourself by looking again and again. So in a very relaxed way, we keep looking. So what I've been describing belongs in Dzogchen, what's called Trekche, which is about cutting free from identification with an ego basis. It's to release the seeming solidity of the ground that I stand on. So when we looked at the ground, the basis, and all the texts say this is the ground of everything. This is the one, not the one, but this is the true base, or the same base of everything. We can hear this, and it might sound very sweet, but we don't actually believe it because we think I have my own basis. I am me, I arise out of me, I am speaking to you, my words come out of me, I walk down the street. So this is my own personal foundation. I'm standing in myself as me. I am standing on myself, and I launch myself into the world from me. I express myself. I show myself as if there was this internal basis, this private factory that is pumping out me. This is what we are trying to explore in the meditation, the falseness of this belief. The ground is empty and open. The texts say it's naked, it's not covered by anything. It's soma, it's fresh, it's always fresh. Each moment, what is shown is fresh. It's not compounded, it's not artificial, it's not contrived. So the idea of your own personal basis, which feels so real, it feels undeniably true. I'm just me, I'm just me. You have to catch that in the moment and look, oh, this is an arising. This is a patterning of energy. And then it's gone. So when you find yourself full of an intense thought, which seems to be definitional of you, I'm lonely, or I'm hungry, or I'm angry, stay with it. Don't try to get rid of it. And then it will go. Then it will go. This thought, which was the whole of you, is now gone, dissolved. We can see this is one of the great tragedies of crime, particularly for young men. Certainly, I don't know in Germany, but in London, a lot of young men go out carrying knives, and they get angry with someone and they stab someone. They get in a fight, and then they're in prison. And what happened was a thought arises in the mind: you're not one of us. You're in the other gang. Why are you on my territory? Think, what fucking insanity is this? It's a street in London. It's not your territory. But for these young people who don't have much going for them, the idea of this is my patch, my area, and it belongs to me and my friends, this becomes, as a self-identification, the basis for thinking, well, you fuck off. What are you doing here? And the knife comes out and there's a stabbing. Somebody's dead. And someone's going to be in prison 15, 20 years on the basis of an arising of a delusion. Most crime is arising from delusion. Well, all crime is arising from delusion. It is tragic. It is tragic. And even if our behavior is not as extreme as that, we find ourselves propelled into habitual behaviors or irritations with ourselves, self-doubt, self-hatred. People cut themselves, pluck their hair, do all sorts of behaviors, starve themselves, do bulimic vomiting and so on the basis of ideas. I have to, I can't bear it. That is a thought. So meditation is so important because it is the place where you can see, I cheat myself, I lie to myself. A thought arises, I have to. No, you don't. There is no necessity to do that. But it feels, the whole of you has to do that. I have to have a drink. I have to have a cigarette. I have to punch you. I hate you. And then it's gone. But acting in that moment of fused identification, you are completely vulnerable, because all the rest of yourself, all your other resources, the rational part of yourself that could say, hey, James, hang on a minute, don't do this. You push it away and you merge into that. That's what happens in the meditation when we go into a daydream. We go off following a thought. That thought could have taken us anywhere. We weren't discriminating. We weren't waiting and saying, are you a good thought? Are you a healthy thought? Can you show me that you've had your injection against the virus? We're not doing that at all. The thought comes and grasps us and we're all flowing with it. We are very vulnerable. And that vulnerability is embedded in being ignorant of the ground. The true ground is never touched by anything. It's described as kadak, as pure from the very beginning. It's not touched by anything. Nothing has ever marked it. It is vajra, indestructible. Our ego self is very markable. It's always responding to circumstances, but awareness, inseparable from the ground, is not marked by anything. Awareness is always fresh, but consciousness, our involved mental operation, gets tired very easily. So it's so important to see the difference, because if you get confused about it, you can meditate for a long time, but you're just sitting there in your dualistic consciousness and nothing very much changes. When the temptation to be fused into the thought arises, just let it go. Let it go. It feels as if I need it. There is a lack. Now, this is important, because when we go back to thinking about ignorance, the first level of ignorance is separative. The river is flowing and the ice forms. The ice seems to be separate from the water. The ego self seems to be something separate from the flow of experience. And this isolation, on a good day, gives you a sense of mastery over the environment, but on a bad day, it makes you at the mercy of however these events are going, and you're tossed and tumbled everywhere. So the ego, in wanting to maintain itself, is always concerned with control. And that's why, as many of you will know very well, when you read the text, they say, be without adopting and rejecting. The mind should stay calm, relaxed, and open. Let whatever comes, come. Let whatever goes, go. Don't be involved. Don't adopt and don't reject. Don't pick things up. Don't push them away. Why would we adopt and why would we reject? Because the ego is formulated around lack and excess. I lack this, I'm needy for something, and I have an excess of this. I've got too much of this. I want to get rid of this, but I'm hungry for that. So that becomes our selective attention, and we're going towards the environment to get more of what we like, what we think we need, and less of what we don't like and what we don't need. And this is the busyness of the mind. Of course, it's demonstrated in our body. We, moment by moment, we breathe in because the body says, more oxygen, please. And then we breathe out, getting rid of the carbon dioxide. So more of this, less of that. More of this, less of that. We drink something, I need more because I'm thirsty. Now I have to go and pee, and the urine comes out of my body because I had an excess of pressure in my bladder. So filling and emptying is the kind of mechanistic, materialistic seduction which comes with our embodied being. It's very easy to take this actuality of the body. This is how our body is. It's not an illusion in the sense of it's not just a dream thing. You have to drink, otherwise you get very thirsty, you're going to die. You have to breathe, otherwise you're going to die. But if you take that up, it's a kind of image or metaphor of the mind, then you have a problem. Because awareness doesn't need, but the ego is like the body. The ego does need and doesn't need. So the meditation done by the ego will always be involved in adopting and rejecting. And that's why we want to relax out of ego identification, because it is not how we are. We are, as the text describes, from the very beginning, our mind is unborn. It is open and empty. It is the Dharmakaya. It is bright and clear. It is the Sambhogakaya. It is illusory manifestation, like an apparition, like a rainbow manifesting in a world of rainbows and colors. But when you grasp at something as strongly real, then you get a headache. So the practice of meditation is very important. So some of you know this is a very supportive and helpful way in is to do the Guru Yoga of the White R. Guru Yoga is fundamental to the practices of Tantra and Mahamudra and Dzogchen, because Guru Yoga means relaxing into the state of the Guru. Lame Naljor. Naljor means joining in relaxation. It doesn't mean unifying with the Guru so much as if you were doing something. It's more like the state of the Guru is infinite relaxation, and Jorwa, you just join into that. You give yourself into that. Like as if you were walking in the beach into the sea and you're going through the waves, and while the waves are hitting your legs, you kind of resistance. And then you get to a certain point and you're just swimming in the water and the water's carrying you. That's how we want to go into that. No more struggle, allowing the sea to carry us. So in this practice, we sit, the eyes open, gaze resting in the space in front of us. And we imagine that there is a white letter R. The I is the symbol of emptiness. And it's also the basis of everything in existence. It is the symbol of the ground. It's surrounded by light of the 5 colors, the familiar Tibetan colors, white, red, blue, yellow, and green, which represent the potential of display arising from the ground. So we just rest our gaze on that. If you don't visualize clearly, don't worry, just imagine something expansive, relaxing into space. And we make together the sound of Ah 3 times. The I is releasing the tension built up in ourselves into emptiness, because the tension has always been emptiness. Maybe you think, oh, I don't think my mother ever loved me. I've never really felt cared for. I haven't felt safe in the world. It's not uncommon to have a thought like that. That brings a certain ongoing tension. There's something wrong with my life. I've never really been happy. I'm always a bit mistrustful. You know, we can imagine how that shaping or that patterning is experienced as something which is separative. So when we do the 3R, we release that. That is a constellation. That's a patterning of thought. And as long as I merge with it, it will create a kind of encapsulation, a kind of cocoon, and I will be trapped inside it. So releasing that out, it's just like a cloud floating in the sky. The cloud is in the sky, but it doesn't cover the sky because it's in the sky. It's how the sky shows itself. If you get depressed, depression is how the mind shows itself for a while due to causes and circumstances. So whatever is your habitual pattern of self-identification, it's self-identification. You take it up, you adopt it, you take this to be yourself. Taking, taking, taking. Now we release the taking. The pattern is still there. It's like coming home and taking your coat off. You hang it on a peg. You don't throw your coat out the window. Your coat is there, but you're not wearing your coat. If you need to wear your coat, you put it back on, but you take your coat off. It's just a coat. All of these thoughts by which you define yourself are transient. They are non-fundamentally definitional. They are contingent. So you just let go of it. Now you're sitting. So when we make the sound of the last R finishes, this white R in front of us dissolves in the space, and we just rest in space, inseparable from the mind of all the gurus of the lineage, from Samantabhadra down. Okay, we do that, and then we'll have a break. Okay. So, one of the things you can start to see with this practice is the nature of grasping. That if we're not grasping at outer objects, we are grasping at things which are arising as being ourselves. These things are always vanishing. They're self-liberating. They're always changing, and yet we are ceaselessly grasping. So there you see the ego as lack can't let go of the hope that if I get something, then I'll be okay. So this is a sign that we are not really relaxed. So there are many additional methods you can use for increasing your relaxation. You can do Tai Chi, Yantra Yoga, general Hatha Yoga, and so on. All of these are useful. A key thing is to make friends with your diaphragm, release your breathing so that your breath goes deeper, and you can do some kumbhaka exercises. All of these are useful, but they are artificial. They are methods. The mind itself doesn't need any method. When you employ a method, you are going from here to there. I need to get through this difficulty, through this obscuration. That is not the practice of Dzogchen. Practice of Dzogchen is all that arises is self-liberating. So whether my mind is heavy or agitated or excited or confused, there is no need to do anything. It will vanish. It will vanish. So trusting the self-liberation of phenomena, you release yourself from the unnecessary activity, which takes the life juice out of the ego as an autonomous agent. So as far as possible, don't apply antidotes. Antidotes belong to Tantra. In Mahamudra, in Dzogchen, we don't use antidotes. We trust space, relaxation, emptiness is fundamental. Everything else is simply movement, which is always self-vanishing. Okay. So in terms of the intrinsic, what we were just looking at is the intrinsic purity of the mind. And if you relax and stay open, the intrinsic purity of the mind shows itself with the self-liberation of phenomena. However, if we are not quite open to this, then we find ourselves with the sense of things being wrong, of having difficulties, obscurations, karmic habits, and so on. We have a sense of impurity. Impurity is held in place by the 5 poisons, the mental dullness, desire, aversion, pride, and jealousy. And these are mobilizing factors which bring a coloration and an impetus to our kind of behavior. And so we want to get rid of them. So there are many methods of purification. The one which is most popular and most privileged is purification through Vajrasattva. In the lineage, the Dzogchen lineage, Vajrasattva comes after the primordial Buddha Kuntuzangpo. Vajrasattva means indestructible being or indestructible presence. He is the presence of Kadak, of the primordial purity of the mind. In the Tibetan tradition, if you like, a concept or a state of the actuality of things is often made inseparable from the formation of a deity. Because the deity provides a way of bringing ourselves into an intimate and emotional connection with the path. If it gets too abstract and theoretical, you're going to leave bits of yourself outside. So for all of us, probably there are some aspects of ourselves that are quite wounded, quite hurt. We might feel betrayed by other people or feel that we betray ourselves. There are all kinds of wounds and humiliations and shame, guilt, and so on, which bring a particular shaping to our existence. Some of these, of course, we don't want to know. We hide them, we repress them, we choose not to be aware of them, but that doesn't stop them being operative. So it's very important for any purification practice that you have to trust in the power of the practice. So with Vajrasattva practice, generally you believe in the 4 powers. The first is the power of the Dzogchen, the field of assembly, where Dorji Senpai is there, sometimes with all the different lineage teachers and so on. And Vajrasattva has the power to purify you. That's fundamental. If you don't believe that, you can't do anything. You have to believe that good is stronger than bad, or purity is stronger than impurity. This is the meaning of kada, primordial purity. From the very beginning, the mind has been pure, and the obscurations and colorations and difficulties have arrived in time. They are not there from the very beginning, just as we can say the sky is clear, but sometimes clouds arise. The sky is not cloudy all the time. The openness of the sky allows the cloud, but the cloud doesn't do any fundamental harm to the sky. In the same way, what we call our obscurations, our limitations, our bad habits, are things to be very clear about. Always we follow the middle way. If you take your problems and difficulties too seriously, you end up saying, I'm a bad person, I can never get enlightened. Look, I try to meditate, but I can't do it. I'm just a mess. It's never going to work for me. This is unhelpful. On the other hand, if you say, oh, my mind is pure from the very beginning, I don't need to worry about what I do, that also is problematic. We have to have the direct experience of the purity of the mind so that you see directly in your own continuum of experience that negative thoughts arise and pass. And this is very, very important. Let me explain it this way. When I was first studying these kind of texts in India, starting to learn a bit of Tibetan, they would often use this formation that dripa mepa. So dripa means an obscuration or a covering, and mepa means without. So in my mind, I was thinking that that must mean there are no obscurations at all. If it's without obscuration, then it means there's no obscuration. But gradually, as I was asking my teacher, he would try to make clear to me, mepa means not touched by, not touched by. That doesn't mean that they're not there at all. For example, if you're, well, this is not his example, this is my example. If you're in the city, on the road, there are many cars coming and going. Unless a driver is drunk, if you're standing on the pavement, you are quite safe because the cars go on the road and the pedestrians are on the pavement. You are free of traffic if you're on the pavement. It doesn't mean there are no cars, but you personally are not touched by the car because the car is on the road. So this is how we need to understand being without, because it doesn't mean that, excuse me, that suddenly your mind never ever has a negative thought arising in it. The negative thought is non-impactful. It doesn't catch you, it doesn't do any harm. So that's why we have the meditation instruction. Just sit relaxed and open, however the mind is. Because if you think, oh, this is terrible, my mind is full of this stuff, I need to clear it away, then you're back in the realm of subject and object, what are called the three wheels, subject, object, and the connection between them. And then you're very busy with these wheels turning. So we sit with the mind open, and whatever comes, we let it come. But if that's difficult and you decide you want to do a practice of purification, then you can rely on Vajrasattva, and you imagine him, as you know, on the crown of your head. He can be with his partner or singular, and you do the mantra recitation, and it could be spiraling around his heart with Dutsi, or it could be just light coming from him. But anyway, the purificatory energy comes in through the top of your head and passes down through your body, washing out all the impurities of the bad actions you've done, your karmic traits, but also washing out the solidification that you bring to the 5 elements, so that the more you do the purification, your body should be like a transparent crystal, and the light is just passing through your body. How is such a purification possible? The texts say, if you take a piece of coal and you wash it every day for a year, it will not become white, because coal is black. If you don't have Buddha nature, you can construct good deeds and accumulate wisdom and accumulate merit, but you won't have a Buddha nature. Buddha nature is intrinsic. The purity of the mind is intrinsic. The reason that Vajrasattva can purify you is because your faults and errors, even the ones you are ashamed of and that you think are so terrible you don't want anyone to know, from the very beginning, these have been without any inherent existence. They are patterns of energy. They are not entities. They cannot fully and truly or deeply define who you are. That is why the purification works, because whatever was occurring for you, anger and emptiness, desire and emptiness, jealousy and emptiness, hatred and emptiness, cruelty and emptiness, everything is always with emptiness. No matter how intense an emotion is, no matter how horrible you have been to someone, how selfish and cruel, it has been empty energy in a pattern. Again, the middle way. This is not to say it doesn't matter. You hurt people, you impacted people, but who were the people you impacted? They also were empty. Emptiness is the foundation of every aspect of the Mahayana tradition. So if you think, oh, I hurt that person so badly, it's unforgivable. It's not your action which is unforgivable, it's your belief that your action is unforgivable that is unforgivable. All mistakes can be washed out because actually from the beginning they have been empty. They are patterns of emptiness. The patterns of emptiness arise as the 5 poisons because emptiness is not understood. When emptiness is returned to and understood, all these patterns are self-liberating, because you see, it was like a dream. It was like an illusion. It wasn't a great thing to do. It was not a good thing to do, but the doing was also an activity. What I said, how I thought about the person, what I did to the person, was the movement of the energy of the mind, which from the very beginning is empty. So this is fundamental. If you hang on to a materialistic sense of yourself and other people, tantric practice cannot work for you, because tantra is the practice of entering into the mandala, which is the light of the display of the empty ground. The mandala is the light of the Dharmakaya manifesting in the Sambhogakaya form. That is to say, the truth of the fact that what I see is light is revealed through the meditation on the mandala. When you visualize a deity and you try to have a felt sense of their presence, they are a revelation. And so in the practice, you do your best to visualize according to your initiation and the description in the practice. This is the Damsikpa you create according to the, the strength of your vows. And then you invite the pure form to come from their pure land, from Zangdopalri or Dewachen or wherever, and to merge into the form you have created, so that the jhana sattva, the pure form, merges in. This is the truth of our life. We think things are strongly real, and into that merges the field of delusion around us. My stupidity and the stupidity of the world merge together. The antidote to this in the tantric system is, now I practice seeing the illusory nature of what's arising, and from the pure realm, the illusory nature actually manifests. Now I'm living in the mandala of Padmasambhava. Everything is light. All appearance is the appearance of the deity. All sound is mantra. Everything which arises in the mind is the play of the mind of the deity. This is in the text again and again and again. When you see that this is actually true, then purification becomes possible, because the light or the amrita, the dutsi, flows through your body and washes out the bad, because the bad was delusion. The negative is a belief in the reality of that which is not real. So this is why purification is very important, because as long as you have a fixed belief about yourself, you think I'm very lazy, or I'm selfish, or I should have been kinder to my parents when they were alive, or whatever, I should do more Dharma practice. If that thought, as something arising in you, doesn't function as a gesture or a movement which is dissolving, but instead spirals in itself and becomes a kind of fixed definition of who I am. I'm a lazy fuck up. I'm getting older. I don't know what I've been doing. I made all these promises to do practice, and the days go by and I don't do them. When you get into that intensity, you have to recognize, I am not describing the truth. I am fabricating a deluded identity which I am now going to inhabit. I am useless. I am unlovable. Because, and if you can say this about yourself, you can surely say it about other people. This is why judgment is seen as so unhelpful in Dharma practice, because judgment solidifies the situation. You need to have a judgment to be able to judge it. You have to say, this orange is not sweet, or this tomato has no taste. There has to be something there. So there has to be a person, whether it's yourself or someone else. Which is why if you're doing Vajrasattva, it helps to imagine all sentient beings all around you, and the light or the dutsi is flowing into all sentient beings. Because it's a little bit like the virus. They say, if everyone in the world doesn't get the injection, then we won't be safe. Because as long as the virus can be moving around, it will mutate into new forms. Well, it's exactly like that. I do the Vajrasattva. Now I'm pure, but I know you're a bunch of wankers. And I know that you're a bunch of useless people because I'm pure. Bad luck to you guys. So as long as your mind is like that, the virus is going to go everywhere. Everybody has to be pure at the same time. That's why equanimity is so important. We are all within the Dharma Dhatu. All dharmas, all beings, all phenomena are inside the Dharma Dhatu, which is the space of the Buddhas. So we say that Samantabhadra lives in this pure land of Akanishta, Dharma Dhatu, the highest Dharma Dhatu, Pure Land. Everything is there. Everything is in that Pure Land. So all faults are contingent. They arise from causes and circumstances. Like the dirt on the window, they have gathered there because of the winter time and the heavy rain and so on. The windows look dirty. The windows are dirty. But if you clean the window is clean. You can only clean the window because the window is clean. If the window was fundamentally dirty, you couldn't clean it. The dirt is on the window, it's not in the window. So, although we look at the window and we say the window is dirty, this is actually bad grammar. What we're really meaning is the window looks dirty because there is dirt on the window. So this is how we should see ourselves and sentient beings. I carry this patina, this veneer, this surface quality of my faults, my limitations, and so on. But the truth of my being, the truth of my presence is light and luminous. The dirt arises due to causes and conditions. It is not intrinsic. This is the most fundamental thing I hope you can understand from our time together, that the intrinsic, what is there from the very beginning, is our fundamental purity, that we are not fundamentally separate from the Buddha. But due to causes and conditions, veils arise. Some of them are, as we looked earlier, the veils of the 5 poisons and karmic habits, and we have the veils of misperception, of false understanding, and these 2 veils act as obscuring functions whereby we don't see our own ground, just as when I look out the window, my window looks dirty. But the window itself is clean. So it's absolutely vital to realize I can only clean the window because the window is intrinsically clean. So if I'm going to do Vajrasattva, I can purify myself because from the very beginning, my nature has been pure. Now, Dzogchen is easier if you are a bad housewife, because in Dzogchen we say the window is pure even when it has dirt on it. So you have to not be anxious about having dirty windows. You have to know the window is clean, the dirt is there. And if it rains enough, it might be self-washing windows. So this is the big difference. But if you get a bit anxious and you think, oh my God, imagine if someone looks at my windows, what will they think about me? I better get them cleaned. Not so helpful. The dirt does not touch the ground. It does not touch the essence of who you are. But because we have, when we slip into our ego sense of who we are, ego equals identity. I am Scottish, I am male, I am this, I am that. The ego is addicted to making definitive statements about itself and about other people. So when you have problems, when you have difficulties, it's very tempting for the ego to define itself in terms of the difficulty, because now it's got something to hold on to. And it is as if that statement is the truth of who you are. So that's where we need to remember the view. The view says all these conditions arise due to causes and conditions and will vanish. They are just patterns. They are not who you are. You do not exist as anything which could be marked. You can make a mark on paper. I've got my pen, I can scribble on the paper beside me. But if I put the pen in the air in front of me, it doesn't leave any trace. That's why they have this famous image, Pato Rinpoche says, it's like writing on water. If you have a bowl of water and you put your finger in it, you can start to write your name, but by the time you're in the third letter, the first has already vanished. It's always vanishing. It is self-liberating. So, strong definition, believing you know the truth about who you are and who other people are and what they are, this is the function of mental dullness. It looks illuminating, but it is a dark light. It is an obscuring light because it's not true. As we've already discussed this weekend, it's the basis for prejudice, whether it's prejudice against women or immigrants or people of different races or people with disabilities or people with political parties. All of that arises because I know who you are. I know your value. So this is the discourse of the ego. I can come to a definitive conclusion about who you are, and I speak the truth. Boom. You see how heavy and how solid this is. And it's untrue. It's untrue. So this is what we have to catch in our mind. Because if you don't catch this movement as it's moving in your mind, it will catch you. And if it catches you, it will catch your ego, and it will cling on to the ego and massage itself into the ego. And then it will be as if you have a lot of purification to do. Because the ego is very porous. It absorbs all kinds of beliefs. You know, in my lifetime, I have seen a shift in certain beliefs. For example, I remember when I was a teenage boy, I bought a book of the collected writings of Oscar Wilde. And when my father saw it, he came in and he was saying, "Why did you buy that book? What are you looking for in that book?" Because he must have been very worried that I was gay, because at that time to be homosexual was not a good thing. It was against the law. So at that time, there was a lot of fear. And now we've been through gay liberation, and although there is still quite a lot of prejudice in society, there is a lot more freedom for people to be gay. It becomes possible to say, "This is how I am." And people say, "Oh, okay," rather than you're immediately put into a category. So we can see how awful it is when people are locked inside a strong judgment, a judgment of inferiority or difference. Now we have to think, I do that as well. Things I don't like about myself, that I should do differently, or people still have different opinions about the different schools of Tibetan Buddhism, or what sort of practices you should do, and so on. It's very easy to enter into judgment, because judgment arises when subject and object are real and separate. But from the very beginning, they have been illusion. So always returning to the intrinsic, relaxing into the openness of the mind, then we start to enjoy the freedom of our world. Okay, let's do a little bit more practice. We'll do another short sit with the Guru Yoga of the White Ah. as make the ah slow and deep, and use it to release the tension in your diaphragm, in your chest, release everything into this dissolving empty sound of ah that's just dissolving in the air in front of you, like a great spring cleaning of every cobweb inside yourself. Okay. So before we we were looking at this first level of ignorance, I gave the example of water freezing into ice, and that the ice is not fundamentally separate from water. This is a really fundamental point. If we can see this clearly, it explains a great deal of why we have practices the way we do. So, for example, if you were doing a tantric practice and you're praying to Tara, and you do the mantra, and then you imagine the rays of light coming from her body, white from the forehead, red from the throat, blue from the heart, filling you with light. And then you really have this sense of your body is full of light, and her body comes to the top of your head. She dissolves into a ball of light into you. You dissolve into the ball of light, and then you dissolve. Sometimes it says she pours into you like water into water, or you've light into light. When light goes with light, it just has no boundary between it. Light just goes into light. If you have water and you pour them together, there's no boundary between water and water. They just merge and become inseparable. This is the function of the practice, to melt the ice of the ego, to realize that we are a dynamic, vibrant, emergent potential, which has no fixity, no fixed identity, no inherent existence, and that we dissolve, and moment by moment we dissolve. So when we sit in the meditation practice and we experience the arising and passing and the arising and passing, now we start to see, oh, I am like water. And the water dissolves into water. I am like light flowing into light. So this self-liberation of the seeming components of my existence is absolutely vital. The ignorance is reification. It is to imagine that there is a real something there. Some things are imagined. That is to say, all things are imagined. There are no real things anywhere. So we have to visit this, most of us anyway, because we have a lot of resistance and we have a lot of confusion in ourselves. We have to visit this again and again, and to do the practice and to experience there is no separate basis for my identity. I am moving in a world that I am part of. I am constituted out of the same ingredients as everything else. On a material level, you could say, oh, this is the various chemicals in the chemical table, or the same kind of structures as any other living creature. From the Dharma point of view, it's the patterning of the 5 elements. Energy manifests as 5 elements, most subtle as space, most gross as earth. Earth collapses into water, into fire, fire into wind, and then wind into space when we die. And there's a dissolving. Dharma is always concerned with dissolving, letting go. It's gone. When you wake up in the morning, you become yourself, you constitute yourself, you collect yourself. Now, you can collect yourself as a thing, you can compound yourself, oh, this is me again, or you can flow into the ceaseless patternings which will manifest as you interact in the day. I am multiple patterns. I am variegated. I am diverse. I am not a thing. This is the most fundamental aspect of our Dharma understanding. I am not a thing, and there are no things. Thingness is ignorance. Emptiness is wisdom. So, one way of thinking about this is in terms of the 4 understandings or samayas of Trekchö practice. Trekchö is the aspect of Dzogchen that we've been looking at, the aspect concerned with cutting free from the solidity, seeming solidity of the ego. So, because they are called 4 vows, but the vows simply mean there are 4 aspects which show how it is. And if you keep attending to how it is, that will become clear for you. It's not a vow that you're artificially trying to make something the case. You're not holding on to something which you have to force yourself to be, but this is how it is. So the first of these is mepa, non-existent. And these are the 4 qualities of all the phenomena which make up this world. So we have the empty open mind, which displays itself as the field of clarity, which shows the patterning of phenomena. Phenomena simply means what you can see, and that includes ourselves. Like, I am a pattern in the field of patterns. The patterning is a patterning of light, but it's also a patterning of patterns. That is to say, when we see the shape of things, there's something you can work with. There's some kind of, oh yes, it's like this, it's square, or it's round, or it's beautiful, or it's ugly. These are not definitions of essence, but these are the, like a caress. These are the qualities of the world as it reveals itself moment by moment. For example, if I go for a walk at this time, there are still some cherry trees in blossom. There are some trees with very beautiful white blossom. So I turn the corner. I've been looking at the green trees or the bare trees. Oh yeah, nice, nice. Suddenly I see the tree with the blossom. Oh, it's an impact. Or I see the fat pigeons. Oh yeah, they eat a lot and they shit a lot. And then I see a little robin with little birds with the red breast. And I think, ooh, so sweet. We are impacted differently. We pattern in terms of emotion, the energization of our body according to the pattern of the world. This is not definitive. This is not consolidated as thing meeting thing. It's not that I am impacted by the bird and therefore I feel like this. In an instant, it's just like that. It's just like that. In Tibetans call it hlundrup. It's immediately manifesting, just like that. So the more you let this flow through you, the more you're available. You have the richness, the fullness of experience, and then it self-liberates, and then it's fresh for something else, just like a mirror. The reflection leaves no trace on the mirror. In the more relaxed and open your mind is, it's not smeared by experience. There's no trace. We talk about karmic traces. Karmic traces belong to the ego because it's grasping onto things as strongly real. And so you get grinding and pressure and so on. But the mind itself, fill, empty, fill, empty, fill, empty. Nothing has been born in this. This is the meaning of mepa, non-existent. So everything that we see is there. It is an appearance, but it's not an existent appearance. It's not the appearance of an existence. It is the appearance of emptiness. The second is chawa, which means pervasive. It means appearances everywhere instantly. It fills the sky, it fills your imagination. You can imagine other planets, you can imagine other galaxies beyond galaxies, you can imagine what you might see with a microscope. Appearance, there is no limit to the potential of the appearance of phenomena. And none of these appearances is born as something in truth. So again, the word here for phenomena is chö, dharma. And we are familiar with terms like dharmata. Dharmata means dharma-ness or phenomena-ness. It means the truth of phenomena. What is the truth of phenomena? Is emptiness. So all the dharmata of all dharmas is emptiness. So wherever you have phenomena, whether they appear to be objects outside or objects inside, there is no limit to them. You can imagine wherever you're sitting now in your house, you imagine what is outside. There is the street. Then you imagine the next street and the next street, and then the edge of your town, and then fields and another town. You can keep imagining phenomena and phenomena and phenomena. You can imagine phenomena of the past when you were a child. You can imagine your own funeral when you're going to be buried. You can imagine all kinds of things. There is no end to phenomena. They just ripple out like rays of the sun, ceaselessly unfolding and unfolding, and none of them are real. So this is the imagination as display. This is different from imagining something about someone, imagining that things are real. So the grasping tilt on imagination, which is the basis for imagining the 6 realms in which subject and object interact, is not fundamentally different from the creative potential of the ground, which is imagining the luminescent self display which is occurring moment by moment. It's the same thing. It's just that one is grasped and condensed and solidified, and the other is kept light. So again and again and again, release grasping, release the sense of density, solidity, water into water, light into light. Then the third quality is hlundrup, this instant or spontaneous presence. That is to say, phenomena are not constructed. So, this sounds stupid. You look at the things around in your house and you think, of course they're constructed. Because they're constructed, and it takes time to construct them, I had to pay money to buy them. These are all constructed. We've already touched on this a little bit. The thing which is constructed is the concept in your mind. What you actually experience as phenomena, as the immediate revelation, is not something you can grasp. You grasp at it mediated through your concept. You talk about your new watch or your shoes or your house or what you would like to grow in the garden or the allotment. You are talking about something. Talking about something. There is a something, and there is you, the talker, and you are talking about it. That is clearly not direct, not immediate. Hlundrup means direct, immediate revelation, not built up. So it takes us back to the term compounded we've looked at several times. All compounded things are impermanent. That is to say, they are patternings of energy. And when you look into that patterning, you see that they are empty. They are the energy of emptiness. And because the energy of emptiness has no barrier to it, it's instant. So trust your senses. When you walk down the street, what you see is immediate. What you think is step by step by step built up. The process of interpreting is impact. What was that? What was that? So you're thinking about what has just happened. It's already gone. Self-liberated, already gone. Now thought, building up a picture. Then you meet your friend, say, God, you don't know what happened on the way here. It was really strange. Blah, 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 blah. On and on and on. Delusion. What was gone. Gone. Just like that. Gone. This is the meaning of Hlundrup. The immediacy of life is ungraspable, but because we also are ungraspable, we are participating. Water poured into water, ungraspable poured into ungraspable, moving in a field of light. Or me, what do I feel about this? What do I want to do? And it gets thicker and thicker and heavier and heavier. Samsara is the thickening of the light of the mind. It thickens because of its conceptual density. Don't add concepts. You don't need so many concepts. Most of what people say with concepts is not hellish interesting anyway. Just listen to politicians talking. What are they talking about? They are always talking about concepts. They are talking about the economy, the health service, how helpful they are to the state, how true they are as citizens of their country. They are creating edifices, constructions of abstract concepts, but used to kind of beat you into belief that they're doing something substantial. So this is the meaning of Hlundrup, and it's a very important term. Generally in Dzogchen we say there is Kadak, which is the purity of the ground, and Hlundrup, which is the display. And Hlundrup encompasses the two modes of the form body, the Rupakaya, that is to say Sambhogakaya and Nirmanakaya. The field of light and the movement within the field of light. And it's always instant. It's always instant. The most basic teaching of the Buddha is impermanence. Impermanence is your best friend when you practice the Dharma. If you can't do anything very difficult, if you feel, oh, I don't know how to meditate, you can just watch sunrise, sunset. Sun is high, sun is low. Bird is flying in the sky. I feel hungry. Oh, I'm tired now. If you simply observe, this is impermanence. This is impermanence. I am impermanent. The weather is impermanent. The pattern of people in the street is impermanent. The pattern of cars parked in the street is impermanent. The pattern of clouds in the sky is impermanent. Oh, it's moving, moving, moving. I am moving in a moving world. I am moving in a moving world. Nothing stable. Very gently, you can just soften and soften and soften both the sense that you are real and self-existing and phenomena are real and self-existing. Then the fourth of these qualities or aspects of phenomena is chikpu, which means singular. And chikpu was also the term which was used in relation to the first level of ignorance, the singular true thing or the singular entity. But here it means that all phenomena are like one indivisible, unimaginable immediacy. We, with our conceptual scissors, are cutting up the shapes of the world into things. We look out the window and we say, this is a tree, this is a car. It's all coming at once. There is an all at onceness about everything. This is the meaning of Hlundrup. It's also the meaning of Sahaj that we looked at earlier. Just like this. But conceptually, we don't work like that. Concepts follow one after another. So in Dharma, when we're doing a Dharmic practice based on a conceptual organization, it's called a Lam Rim. Lam is a path and Rim is like the stages of the path. And you have a serial or sequential progression from one step to another, to another, to another. So this is how our thoughts work. You go from stages, like you go to kindergarten, then you go first school, then secondary school, and life goes on like that. This is not what the meaning of Hlundrup. This is not the vision of Dzogchen at all. Vision of Dzogchen is all at once, indivisible. The world is divided by thought. The world is indivisible. Thought doesn't divide anything. Go back to Dorje Semba and purity. It is because thought doesn't divide anything that you don't need to take the world to the surgeon to get the wound stitched up. Ignorance in chopping the world into pieces, into real entities, hasn't chopped anything. Nothing has ever been divided. From the very beginning, there is just this immediate singularity of presentation. So we simply have to enjoy that. It's not a burden. The world shows itself fully moment by moment. The issue is, can you receive it fully moment by moment? The ego is small. So if you imagine your two hands and somebody is going to give you 10 big, beautiful birthday presents, and you put out your two hands, immediately 4 or 5 of your presents have fallen onto the floor. This is not good. If you open your hands wide, even more fall on the floor. The ego cannot apprehend the world because the ego goes like that. The ego grasps. You can try this for yourself. Imagine you're a little cat. What happens to your hand? It becomes smaller. Flat hand, quite big. Grasping hand, getting smaller. The ego becomes smaller, and that's why it has to chop the world up into pieces. Awareness, the illuminative quality of the mind, is vast, like the sky. It doesn't have to chop anything because it takes it all at once. It takes it all at once. Imagine, you're used to now, maybe with this lockdown, you've been sitting in your room for a while, and you get a chance and you can go and have a walk outside, and the chance you're out in the countryside and you look and there is a valley and then the hill and then the sky. You don't suddenly get a headache. You don't think, oh crap, I can't take this whole world into my small mind. I need to go back to my room and protect myself. There is too much. It's not like that. You get everything all at once. The mind can be the size of a peanut, or the mind can be the size of the universe. The mind has no size. So this is also an aspect of Hlundrup. So very important, just be present with yourself. If you stay close to yourself, the Dharma will show itself, because Dharma is how the mind is, and you have a mind, and in fact, the mind is the basis of everything. Sometimes small, sometimes big. Therefore, neither big nor small. Looks big, looks small. My teacher always said to me, oh, the mind, yeah. Sometimes looks subject, sometimes looks object. You'll never find it. That's all. He didn't like to talk too much. He's not like me. So it's like that. Very big. Rigpa, awareness, accepts everything. The ego accepts very little. That's why the ego is selective. That's why the ego is the friend of duality, and awareness has nothing to do with duality. Okay, we've covered a lot of ground. Maybe we just do a little more sitting and then we come to an end. So again, once again, we do this Guru Yoga of the White R. Okay. So mainly we focused on the view and the meditation. The practice, that is to say, the activity of being in the world, flows automatically from this, because the mind is relaxed and open and you are freely responsive with circumstances. Similarly, we come to the end of our time together. If we were in a general Mahayana practice, we would dedicate the merit, because we want to share with all beings, but we hold all beings in our mind. The whole arising, the whole Dharma Dhatu is the field of experience of the mind. Sometimes it shows like this, sometimes like that, but it is undivided. So we have to be very aware not to import unnecessary concepts like, I am going from here to there. If you walk, then you are in the flow of experience. If you sit, you are in the flow of experience. When you place yourself as an agent, as someone doing something. You place yourself outside the unfolding field of experience. So don't think about life too much. Life is not a problem to be solved. It's not a set of puzzles to be confused by. Life is just flowing through us moment by moment, and we can participate in that. And we find the balance by being with circumstances. Namkhai Norbu always said, you have to work with circumstances. Work with it means you have to be aware of what is arising and allow yourself to receive what is arising and respond. In ordinary language, we could call this intuition. You're not receiving data. You're not going to process your experience through an algorithm. You're not trying to construct a response, but you're receiving and responding as if you were playing table tennis. You see the balls coming towards you and your body moves, and then your body moves and your body moves. The master of the game of table tennis is not the two people with the bats. It's the ball that's in charge. Everyone's following the ball. So in the same in life, connectivity is, if you like, the master. We are the servants of connectivity. Because from the very beginning, the whole, the Dzogpa Chimbo, is intrinsic, undivided. The game becomes serious, becomes competitive when we are in opposition. Again, that's why we have collaboration, excuse me, as the flavor of our practice. We collaborate with ourselves, number one. We collaborate with people in the Sangha. We collaborate with all sentient beings. Conflict is always about duality. This is opposed to that. Collaboration is about non-duality, of participation, of belonging together in this field of co-emergence. So conduct is not something you have to study except through the senses. You have to attend to the field and observe how you are with people and find the way to respond to them. So we have free, easy access to the intrinsic. Nobody is blocking our access to ourselves except ourselves. We exist at the moment in this double move that we have the potential of openness. Our intrinsic presence is always here. And that we have the clouding over of the door to that open access with our fixation on ideas and constructs about who we are and who other people are. So the key point is, don't try to remove the veil. The veil is self-dissolving. Relax, trust, open, be present, and you will see the vanishing of the patterning of phenomena. Then you start to see phenomena are moving together in an undivided field of expression. And then you see this movement is ceaseless, and it's ceaseless because it's uninterrupted, and it's uninterrupted because its ground is emptiness. And this is how our path is. So now we come to the end, and we never know if we have contact again in some future time, but I hope this is useful to you, and you can apply it or not as you like. This is our freedom. So it's been a pleasure being with you for a short period of time, and I wish good success to Kamalashila, and that they will somehow find a way to open this year, next year, or in 10 years' time.